Ja tervetuloa takaisin Final Fantasy 14 läpipelusen. Joo, viime kerta jäi vähän silleen, että menin sitten nukkumaan ja eilen en pelannut ollenkaan ja no, nyt tänään jatketaan. Vaan muistus mihinkä jäi. Is Kryl still feeling unwell? I've never seen her so distracted. Keep an eye on her, but keep moving too. We can let our glory slip away. Erenville was headed westwards along the path outside the ark. No, mainitsit ton, mutta ei, oliko se nimenomaan, että I oli vähän ei se kyllä mikään Aakin ollut. Joku Akeon. Come, we can still catch him. Expansionit alkaa aina vähän hitaasti, tai kaikki nämä partit aina alkaa vähän hitaasti ja sitten mennään mielenkiintoisimpiin vaiheisiin. Tällä hetkellä mennään vielä vähän hitaasti, ei ihan hirveän mielenkiintoisia asioita vielä ole käynnissä. Hold on a moment, I have an idea. If memory serves, that colossal wall-like structure is Logisticon beta, one of Labyrinth's climate control centers. It should have its own lifts, with which one could access the upper or lower tiers. If I were an agent of the forum, it would make for a convenient meeting place. In the company of said agent, we cannot expect them to reveal issues of importance as we nonchalantly stroll past. Nay, we shall have to remain undetected. Pitääkö mun vaihtaa niineksi? If only Graha and his vanished fellow were here. Minne se Graha muuten jäi? Tai no, ne odottaa mua vieläkin siellä jotain, että invisible. Jos kerätyt met flareilla. Hoppity hop, muddle toads. Ja, goodness. Käy se noinkin. Black Magicilla ei kyllä ole tuotuloissa, mutta aina mulla ainakaan ole, mutta passage of time. Angry ribbit. I suggest you and your green companions hop along and catch up with Erenville. Should you feel the magic's fading, return to me and I will refresh the enchantment. And what am I to do in the meantime? Wait here with me. In your current state of mind, you'd be as likely to leap into the jaws of a predator as you would learn anything of note. Which reminds me, were the creatures hereabouts in that form, you are essentially defenseless. You have changed into a toad. You must remain transfigured in order to progress with the quest objectives. Anteeksi. You will return from your transfer state if you move too far away. Look to your map for the transfiguration's area of effect. Speak with Istla to restore your prolong the transfiguration. Repeat. Alpha and Alitoad are now accompanying you. Keep them at your side in order to proceed with the quest objective. Tässä on puoli tuntia aikaa, ei ole mikään kiire. You can leave your quest companions behind by entering a different area or by speaking with them and selecting the option to part ways. If you wish to have your companions join you again, return and speak with them at the original location. Nimet on ainakin Alice ja Alfino. Ei oo Alfitor ja Alitor. Sanoi kyllä kaikki mun kimppuun, kun on niin paljon pienempi levuusia. Tuolla on joku höpinäpaikka. Kelle mä höpisen? Tai siis, no tietenkin näille, mutta siis mitä mä höpisen? Erittäin henkevät keskustelut, pelkkää vaan ripit. Onko tota ihan huvikseen? Repeat. Alitor turns to face in the north. Perhaps she is suggesting you cross the bridge. Joo, se oli erittäin henkevää. Tällä alueella pitäisi olla, mutta head to the designated location while transfigured and accompanied by Alifno and Alice. Justin alueella, tai rajalla nyt sitten. Siellä on toinen. Nyt mennään takaisinpäin. Ai, okei. Nyt on silleen hyi, likaisia sammakoita ja potkimet pois.
I trust you will find your compensation to be more than satisfactory. We wish to make clear that we are pleased with the efficiency and thoroughness of your work. So much so that we have come bearing new tasks in need of your competent hand.
Another lengthy list. If I may speak frankly, the Gleaners have been pushed to the point of collapse by your unending demands. We are not familiars to be exploited. We are Charlean scholars and we deserve an explanation for this unseemly treatment. What warrants such urgency?
In an age long past, Charlean was charged with a momentous duty. And now that word of the final days hangs heavy in the air, the time has come for us to fulfill that charge. I can say no more, but I promise you this. All will be revealed in due course. And when it has, you will understand that your toil was in service to the greatest good.
Then I will do your bidding. For now. But unless you wish the Gleaners to rise up in protest, I advise you to offer tangible improvements for our working conditions. Your promised revelation does nothing to address present circumstances.
A fair point. Your concerns will be conveyed to the Forum.
I hope that was informative. You may consider my debt to you repaid in full.
Oh shit, busted.
While I do have my reservations about the Forum, I want to believe that they have our best interests at heart. Which is why I'm reassured that you're busy sniffing out the truth of things. We can ill afford to place all our eggs in one basket, this master plan of theirs, without first understanding the risks involved.
Wait! How did you know it was us?
If you mean to impersonate a toad, try studying the real thing. And don't try to fool an expert.
Ja sama kyllä et tapaan tulee vaan tuijottaa ja pysy paikalla. No voi kyllä pysyä paikallaan pitkiä aikoja ja tuijottaa pitkiä aikoja, mutta ehkä ihan tolla tavalla. I suppose we should have known a cleaner who specializes in animal procurement would not be so easily deceived. Yet he seemed inclined to put his trust in us all the same. More importantly, perhaps we have discovered a new piece of the puzzle. This momentous duty the Foreign Agent mentioned. Shallian has been called to action, and the Telophoroid's declaration was the catalyst. Whatever charge it is they hope to fulfill, they deem it of sufficient import to disrupt all of the Labyrinthus, not to mention ignore Eosia's request for aid. Could warrant the direct. Pitäisikö se olla direct? Mä oon jotenkin sanottu, että direct. Mä oon varmaan kuullut, että se on joskus sanottu direct, mutta tässä pelissä sanottiin direct. Would duty could warrant the direct involvement of the Forum and the commitment of all its resources. Judging by what we just heard, none of the Gleaners were offered any kind of explanation. At this point, it seems abundantly clear that we'll learn nothing new by pressing them further. We should head back to Island Trial for the moment, see what they think of it. Think of this. Kyllä me kuuluu. No okei, no. Sade on kyllä tärkeä asia olla olemassa. Muuten kasvit ei kasva, mutta... Tarvitseeko sen olla tämmönen kauhea rankka sade? Welcome back. I trust you found Ernville then. Yes, and he found us. Interesting. I had a feeling that you would learn something important, even if that something was simply a confirmation that no one knows much of anything. We should share this with Kryl, then discuss how we'd like to proceed. Assuming we find her back at the farm. She was still behaving oddly, so I bade her return and rest there. Perhaps not the best decision in hindsight. Would you mind checking near those flowers she was so entranced by? The rest of us can survey the more distant areas, just in case she decided to wander. Jos mulle annetaan helpompi homma. Ai, tai sitten ei. Näitä muuttiin jonnekin yhtään paikkaa. Se puhuu noista kukista. Eikä mun pitää nyt mennä ihan suoraan siihen, missä me oltiin. Tosin kysymys kuuluu, missähän me oltiin? No siellähän se, okei, joo. Okei, mulla on nyt helppo homma. Paitsi peli oli silleen, että muistatko missä tämä paikka oli? Törkeitä peli, törkeitä. Olettaa, että mä muistan mitään.
For you. The spell will keep it from wilting.
Aw,
She
thanks.
said you would need it for the journey ahead.
Thanks.
Will you speak with her now? I cannot hope to match Minfilia's clarity, of course, but...
Thank you. Do not worry. She has lent me her body for only a moment. Just as I could not save the first from the flood of light, it has become arduous for me to interact with the physical world without assistance. Though I might converse with you for a time, the incorporeal form I assumed on the ship would be incapable of casting even the simplest enchantment. It is in the depths of the ethereal sea, the place to which all life returns, where my influence is greatest. After Minfilia's sacrifice on the first, it was to the sea, here in the source, where I ferried her soul. I wished that gentle spirit to find rest in the world she loved so well. Her, and another who may yet have a part to play, though that will depend on you. Take the flower, walk free, for you are free to go where you wish, to believe what you will. That bloom will be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. In darkness, seek joy, surrender not to sadness, and see beyond despair. Walk free and bear the light for others to follow. Together, raise it aloft and let it shine, till the end, blinding and radiant.
That was all too brief. Already she seems so far away. My apologies if I startled you. Ever since we began our descent into Labyrinthos, I had sensed another's will, straining to reach out. Even with my particular talents, though, I was unable to make a connection at first, so weak and tenuous it was. Once I took hold of that wispy thread, imagine my surprise to discover it was Heidelin herself. Needless to say, it seemed wise to learn what we could before letting go. Her answers were more cryptic than I would have liked, but at least she left us with a guide of sorts, that unusual flower. Yes, we are definitely making progress.
You can't be serious! We've done nothing wrong!
Master Fortuno, what business has the Forum with us?
Obstruction and suppression, apparently.
Mistress Baldessian, our records show you facilitated the Scions' entrance into Sharlayan by claiming them as assistants for your organization. We are aware of your investigations. After alerting the major institutions to the presence of potential troublemakers, we received word from an Archean custodian. A group operating under the auspices of the students, skulking about Labyrinthos and engaging in clandestine behavior.
Clandestine? We may not have entered Sharlayan as Scions, but we did naught to conceal our identities. Our only purpose in this city is to seek the truth. I can think of no reason why our actions should warrant the Forum's intervention.
'Tis not our way to discourage the pursuit of knowledge, but the timing of such pursuits must be considered, not to mention their potential impact. With the world in chaos, we, the true caretakers of wisdom, have committed ourselves to an undertaking that demands the utmost discretion. And we will not risk its success by turning a blind eye to disruptive foreign elements in our midst.
What, then, is to be our fate? Will you put us on a ship back to Eorzea?
The Forum will convene to examine your case. The results of said inquiry will determine your future in this city. As for your absent companion, he has already been detained.
Graha! But why? Is reading a crime now, too?
Reading is encouraged, celebrated even. Not, however, of the volumes shelved in the restricted section of the library.
Refusing to comply will only make matters worse. Let us instead treat this as an opportunity to open a dialogue with the Forum.
Silence is often one's best defense. I would advise against prolonging the proceedings with frivolous discourse. But enough. This is not the place for debate. The rostra await.
Löytyykö rahaa tässä meidän porukassa?
Forgive me. I was careless.
We would have been detained regardless. This way, at least, we managed to stay together. I trust your time within the Forbidden Archives was well spent.
The Forum will come to order. This inquiry is now in session. As Speaker-elect, I will be presiding over the day's proceedings. Master Fortuner, would you be so kind as to restate the matter which compelled you to summon your colleagues with such urgency?
As you are all aware, we recently denied Eorzea's request for Sharlayan assistance. Since then, certain individuals dissatisfied with our decision have taken it upon themselves to interfere with our work.
Objection.
They entered our nation masquerading as associates of the students of Baldessian. But these malcontents are better known as the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. These militants wield influence with both the Eorzean and Eastern alliances, and are inextricably involved with the crises presently afflicting the world at large. Loose in our city, these warmongers sought to meddle with and expose matters of state secret. What are they, if not a dire threat to be expelled?
You have tarnished the good name of the students. Galuf would be ashamed.
Se tippui se pois.
Galuf Baldessian was never one to forsake his fellow man. Even if this nation closed every door and retreated from the world, he would have found a way to help the Scions, help every soul of this star fight back against the coming doom.
A terrible enemy stands poised to lay waste to all we hold dear. In the face of such madness, Eorzea reached out to Sharlayan, a respected ally, in the hopes of forming a united front. Was your curt dismissal truly the best you could offer? Or are you so preoccupied with your momentous duty of an age-long past that even the end of the world is unworthy of your attention?
Whence came this revelation?
From the mouth of a Forum member within fortuitous earshot.
Mulla kai hattu nyt päässä.
Then it seems your findings support my own. The reason I visited the restricted shelves was to study records of the Forum's policy-making process, to better understand the historical trends underlying their most major decisions. At first glance, the positions of neutrality in war and the accumulation of knowledge above all else appear constant and consistent, the unchanging pillars of Sharlayan society. And once upon a time, I might have left it at that. These days, however, I am more attuned to the subtleties of governance, and so I noticed something odd. From a particular point in time, the purpose of these policies shifted. No longer was knowledge preserved for the benefit of society. Rather, society was to be gradually reshaped to ensure the preservation of knowledge. The most conspicuous and telling change was the one which befell Labyrinthos. Once little more than an oversized storehouse, an enormous allocation of funds saw it transformed into an advanced research and archival facility. I also discovered a fascinating account on the finances of our Dravanian colony. The settlement attracted students from far and wide, and the connections and tuition fees thus acquired were funneled into further improvements for the archives. Now, there is no question that our nation's progress is tied to the acquisition of wisdom. Nevertheless, the vast resources diverted for this purpose borders on the obscene. But returning to the matter of when, our change in course appears to have been made some 270 years ago.
The very same period when Sharlayan scholars in the hinterlands began a formal study of the ethereal sea. You found something, did you not? And whatever it was, gave rise to your oh-so-important duty.
Mind your tongue, Archon. If you had seen...
Yes, we are bound by a duty we cannot ignore. Knowing this, what would you have us do? Abandon our vital work and join you on the field of battle? We will never choose the way of the sword. We will fulfill our mission not through strife and bloodshed, but survival. Come what may, we shall live on. We must.
Do as you must, then. But we Scions will fight until the heavens fall, until our last breath.
Such misguided zeal.
Father, Master Fortuno, I fail to understand the stance you have elected to take. But by the same token, I have yet to find a compelling argument to counter the challenge you put to us in Gridania. Still, in the midst of my uncertainty, I must trust in myself to do what is right, as others have chosen to trust in me. So I will continue, as I always have, weighing the consequences of my every action, and allowing my hope for the future to inform my decisions.
That's quite enough. Have you all forgotten the reason for this assembly?
Skolok Monteshane. He's the head of the studium and an old friend of my grandfather's.
Honestly, every discussion devolves into some interminable debate. Terrible habit. Let's return to the topic at hand, By their own admission, these Scions have resolved to fight alongside the Eorzean nations against the doom which swift approaches. But there exists no evidence of an attempt to incite our citizens to do the same. Furthermore, while our decision may well have been the correct one, we cannot simply bull our way through these disagreements without inviting doubts or objections. Put yourselves in their place. Who among you would leave a tome unopened if an elder forbid you read it with no reason given? Now, if we're to quell further discontent, then we must conclude this matter with a fair and even hand.
Order! We will have order! Master Montaigne raises some valid points. Keeping such concerns in mind, I propose we enforce the following measures. Until further notice, the students of Baldessian are to cease any and all activities within the domain of Charlian. You will also refrain from any further investigation into the Forum's decisions and duties. Failure to comply with these restrictions will result in the immediate expulsion of your Scion associates. Let us put this judgment to a vote. All in favor, raise your hand.
Kissaruoka.
I count 51 for and 48 against. The proposal is passed. Students, Scions, you have heard the Forum's judgment. Pray abide by it, or face the consequences. Honored members, I thank you for your time. This inquiry is concluded.
Vieläkö tää jatkuu? Ei vissinkään. Pitkä pätkä. Joo, mä käyn tupakilla. Ja ainakin saa ruoka. Jatketaan. Well, at least we have been allowed to remain in the city. And our endless investigations have not been in vain. We now know what this mysterious duty of theirs began with whatever the Forum discovered in the ethereal sea. With our freedoms so sorely curtailed, however, we still struggle to learn aught more of substance here in Charlian. Vielä jatkuu. The overall picture has grown clearer, yes, but that's in spite of the Forum being so maddeningly vague about this duty of theirs. Reluctant to explain their actions in plain words. Survival, come what may. Is father's work so vital that it takes precedence over his own family? Alfino, Alice, it is you. Onko se niin äiti? When I heard you'd been dragged before the Forum, I came as swiftly as I could, and so very glad they allowed you to stay. Mother? Amelie and Leveilleur at your service. And you fine people must be the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. How lovely it is to finally meet you. Mother, please, we don't wish to make things difficult for you. It were precious father that you were here. Oh, bother that. Am I to be chastised for speaking with my own children? I am well aware that you and Master Fortune are not on the best of terms at the moment, but I've been absolutely desperate to see my darlings again. You will come to my house, won't you? I have kids waiting. timing couldn't be better. As matters stand, we shan't be going anywhere until we discuss matters with Thancred's group and reconsider our options. Go visit your home. We will be back at the annex when you are ready to rejoin us. Sir, Tenshak, what do you think? Tenshak, the Tenshak Genshin. What a splendid day this has turned out to be. Champion of Asia, I insist that you join us. But we must be quick about it. Not for my own benefit, but should my husband return and find you enjoying our hospitality, the servants will be made to suffer the consequences. Tenshak, if you will be so kind as to escort my children to the estate. Miksi minä? And then she was gone, and with her any opportunity to protest. Indeed, the matter is settled. Enjoy yourselves, you three. I apologize. My mother is not one to take no for an answer. Still, I am glad, relieved even, to see her in such high spirits. What say you, Tenshak? Though it seems we shall have little enough time to enjoy it, will you accompany us on our visit home? Fine, if we are going, then let's get it over with. But be sure to stay in the entrance hall, no breaking into our private chambers, thank you very much. Why ever not? Your room was always perfectly neat and tidy. Everyone has things they'd rather keep to themselves, don't they? Treasured mementos you couldn't bring yourself to throw away. Childhood toys. I mean, never mind. The Levijöma estate is that way, straight down the stairs. Come on. Se selittää nuo samat asiat uudestaan tarjouksen lukee. Tai veikkaan nyt on samat asiat uudestaan. And here you are at last. Please, do come in.
Welcome home, my lady.
What? What are you gawping at?
Just admiring the craftsmanship.
Oh, I suppose I never gave the decor much thought. I'm glad that you approve, I think.
Lord Fortuneau is not to hear of this visit. And I should also like the children to have their gifts, ere my husband makes his return.
As you wish, my lady.
Master Alphino, Mistress Alice, if you'd accompany me upstairs.
We shan't be long.
The twins have been sending letters home from time to time, recounting their latest adventures. I am sure they withhold certain details, of course, if only to keep me from worrying. Yet a mother worries all the same. In the early days especially, I tried to support them as best I could, sending the Scion's coin and other such donations. Fortunately, they have found the strength to overcome adversity time and time again. Their words grow more confident with every letter, their depictions more vivid. The triumphs and defeats, the joys and sorrows. It is clear that they have come to find value in every experience. But of those they treasure most, it would seem that meeting you might be the most impactful. Why, since that fateful day, I do believe there has not been a single missive in which you were not mentioned by name. It is plain they care for you, and I am glad they have such a steadfast companion watching over them. Under normal circumstances, I would offer you tea, but alas, these are anything but. In any event, why don't you keep me company whilst we await my children's return? Perhaps you might regale me with a tale or two of your exploits.
Nyt sillä on uudet vaatteet.
When you mentioned gifts, I wasn't sure what to expect. Mother,
Oh, look how well it fits you. And the style is to your liking?
It's perfect. Exactly what I would have chosen. But please, tell me you had something different made for Alphino.
Naturally. You are hardly little children anymore. And while I shall miss dressing you in those precious matching outfits, I must respect the individuals you have grown to become. See for yourself.
Thank you for the splendid clothes, Mother. Stylish, comfortable, and eminently practical.
I am so glad you like them. They are, however, missing one final touch.
If you would allow me, Master Alphino.
Wait. Are these...
A sage's tools of the trade. They belonged to your father. Though he may as well be chained to his desk these days, as a student he was often called upon to venture into the field. He wielded those armaments, both to heal and to harm in no few battles. None so fierce as those you two have braved, perhaps, but battles nonetheless. Thus did I pull them out of storage, to show you that he was not always the man who stands in vehement opposition to you now. And also because it would be a terrible waste of ridiculously expensive House Leveilleur commissioned artistry. I am told these devices are quite difficult to master. But someone of your extensive experience should soon have them darting about with grace and aplomb. May the wisdom in that crystal serve you well. And please, try to find common ground with your father, that you might come and go without need for this awful subterfuge.
We will, Mother. I promise.
My final gifts to you, before you run off, are an observation and a suggestion. Firstly, Fortuno has ever been a serious man, but it was only after you were born that he truly lost himself in his work. I may not know the Forum's inner workings, but I know your father's. The timing of that change in him holds some significance. Secondly, do not seek to best your father with words. Far better that you simply show him. Let him discover the merit of your actions, after they cannot be undone.
Oh, Mother.
We shall take your wisdom to heart. Thank you again for these gifts, and farewell for now.
Safe travels, my children. Eat well, stay warm, and keep your friends close.
Tässä yritän miettiä, miksi näitä kutsuttiin muutakin kuin vaan niin kuin aamumensi. Mä kysyn Googlelta. Tuli saman tien vastaan. Nuulis. No-liths. Ei mitään. Tolleen. Nuulis. Se on se yleisnimitys, mutta sitten oli muitakin riippuen minkä tyyliset ne oli, niin niillekin oli sitten omat nimensä. Katsotaan Marketborgissa tuolla. Käydään nopeasti katsomassa. Mun noi sakeita varten oli. Niissä oli vaan noin omat nimensä. Kinna on yksi varmaan. Yksikin voidaan kutsua. Tai mikä tyyli onkaan. Mikä se niiden merkki oliko? Tuo. Milpreve. Syrinxai. Wings. Pendulums. Milpreve. Pendulum. Wings. Syrinxai. Wings. Milpreve. Pendulums. Wings. Pendulums. Ei oo kinnaa ollenkaan. No, ok. Kinna ei ole yksi niistä. Se on sitten vaan nimi. Mut joo. Jatketaan. Thank you for indulging Mother's request. I can see it meant a lot to her, and I shall refrain from inquiring as to the content of your private conversation. Our visit was all too brief for now, however, it will have to suffice, as will these tokens of home that we carry with us. These gifts to help us remember who we are and whence we came. But enough sentimentality. Let us return to the annex and rejoin our companions. Hän oli täällä, joo, aivan. Varmaan loppuu tää Shaalian seikkailu ja siirrytään tuohon ryhmään. Enjoyed your time with the Levayers, I hope. I would ask how the Venus fared, but the new outfits tell the tale. I only hope we can help them to reconcile with their father, that they might return home one day with their heads held high. In the meantime, we edge ever closer to secret the Forum strives to hide. The flower bequeathed to you by Arlen is to guide us going forward. I'm confident that once you have scouted out the situation in Davner, we'll be well equipped to plot our next move. Näin se muuten on täällä, ei. Kokka kohti Davneria. I have Krall's instructions in hand. If you are ready to set out, then so are we. Having been to Davner before, I can travel by Aetheryte, but what of the rest of you? Another sea voyage would waste time we do not have. Ettehän toi odottanutkaan täällä kun koko tän ajan. Krall was of the same mind and has already secured the aid of the good folk of the confluence. We'll take ourselves there. No, mulla on kyllä aitarasit siellä jo, että attuunattu The Confluence tauseista. I'm afraid so, my friend. Thou wilt recall the hunt for Isart, unto whose sanctuary we delivered thee owing to the knowledge of our comrade Moonbreeder. Moonbreeder was an authority on etherology, a field of study she did embark upon in pursuit of her parents' example. Both are authorities in their own right, and both are researchers at the Confluence. Haven't you gone to see them yet? I attempted to do so earlier, but to my shame, my courage failed me at last. As it hath the many times I thought to reach out to them after sending the fateful letter. Neither time nor introspection have revealed unto me the words I should speak, and thus have I kept my silence. Whether you come with us or no is your choice and yours alone. If it is too difficult, we'll manage. Thou art kind to say so, but I have no intention of forsaking our cause. I shall go to the Confluence, and I shall face that which hath long been overdue. If it's settled, then let us be off. When we arrive, we should look for a researcher named Kytte. Mennäänkin till. Bridan surhavat vanhemmat. Kersaanko turhaan tuolta? Mä voin mennä suorempaankin. Well now, this is rather a lot of stern faces. Are my library books overdue again? Not to our knowledge. We are associates of Kryl and of the students of Baldesion. We seek passage to Thavner and understand that you can assist us. The test subjects. Welcome. Ei kuulosta hyvältä. Ei kuulosta pahalta. Tää kuulostaa pahalta ja ei kuulosta hyvältä yhtä aikaa. Ei kuulosta pahalta. Test subjects. Oh, you hadn't heard? Well then, allow me to explain. So, in order to travel to an aetheryte, you ordinarily need to be attuned to it beforehand. Otherwise, you can't use it as a beacon to seek out while you are a mess of ether hurtling along the live stream. An inconvenient but incontrovertible limitation of aetheryte teleportation. But what if I were to tell you that there's a way to travel to an aetheryte without being attuned to it? A way to teleport instantly to places you have never been. For long years we have labored to make such travel possible that people might move about more freely. And we have finally done it. We have created a new kind of aetheryte that doesn't require attunement. Truly, that changes everything. Well, my language may have been a bit misleading. The user need not attune to the aetherites, but the aetherites themselves must have been pre-attuned to each other, thereby facilitating travel between the 2 points. But it just so happens that our first test pair of aetherites, one has been installed here in Shalian and the other over in Jedlimad, a port town in the Thavner. As you may know, our nation has long maintained strong ties with Ratatan, and indeed, we owe much of this breakthrough to the contributions of their alchemists. So to sum up, we are to test these aetherites. How fortuitous for you. I should mention that an accident has impaired my ability to channel ether. Will this be a problem? Not at all. As a matter of fact, you might say these aetherites were made for people like you, your good self. The magics imbued within will whisk you away without any effort on your part. A veritable dream come true. Mä mietin, että kun sä puhuit, että se oli siinä Firstillä ei pystynyt enää käyttämään etheria. Sen piti pyytää silloin Minfiliaa, nykyistä Riiniä, tekemään sille ne ammukset ja edelleenkin se tarvitsee apua sitä siitä, että okei, se tuli takas tänne ja se ei vieläkään pysty. Voi. A veritable dream come true, and far be it from me to worry about such things, but do we have permission to make use of your shiny new invention? The only permission required is yours, so assuming you're willing, we are all set. It may come as a surprise, but we actually struggle to find test subjects. Gee, I wonder why. Most people seem to have an unreasonable fear of their soul gradually disintegrating as they drift helplessly in the livestream. In the statistically unlikely event that something goes awry. Olis awry? Kaikinen kerrat varmaan pitää katsoa, mutta Se nyt ensi kerralla muistasin tämän. Jotenkin niin haluaisin sanoa se Orai, mutta... Kyllä se on Orai. Ei, mutta tossa on toinen non-standard on Ori. Mutta kyllä se on Orai. Alright. But it's plain that you aren't most people. Mr. Kryl truly knows how to pick him. If I might change the subject, I must have Filfson and Mistress Bluewida not present today. Oh, you couldn't hear? They have recently resigned their expertise was needed elsewhere. A large-scale project helmed by the Forum itself, as I understand, but I am not privy to the details. I see. Any other questions? No? Then let's get going before you change your minds. Please see to your preparations and head outside to the XIV Plaza. I'll be along shortly. Jos mietitään pelillistä aikaa, niin olisi varmaan oltu jo siellä Tavernerissä. Ei ole mitään muuta kuin mennä sataamaan ja...
Right, we're all set.
Sataamaan ja... Yksi pimeä ruutu myöhemmin, niin ollaan perillä, että...
Just the four of you, was it?
3. I'm already attuned to the crystal in Thavnir.
You are? Oh. I would have preferred more test subjects. Oh, well, never mind. If our 3 travellers could line up here, please. Yes, right there is fine. Take a deep breath, and I'll soon have you soaring through the ether. Oh, and one last thing. You might experience a teensy-weensy touch of violent ethereal sickness. Good luck!
What?
Joo, peli. Thavnir. Ratsataan.
Thavnir, home to city-state Rads at Han. Rising from the southeast waters of the Bounty, this Isle of Plenty served as the battleground for a conflict between two peoples. Their cultures bled into one another until a unique amalgamation was distilled from the chaos, in a process not unlike their precious alchemy. Once solidified as a single nation, an adamant stance of neutrality would hold invaders at bay. For a time.
I'm live.
Now across this vibrant isle creeps a fog of malice. What choice do you have? What chance? Against such an insidious foe.
Ilsapod, Thavnir.
I've seen fairer faces after a bout of bad shellfish. Let me bring you something to drink. That should help settle your bellies.
There was a note with Kryle's instructions. Don't let Estinian roam the markets alone. He's alarmingly bad with coin.
You managed to will yourself to on your feet, but given your condition, will you be able to reach Estinian in time? Onko se nyt tähän suuntaan? Tärkeä on tommonen kotilo. No, Charlianin tekemä toi on. Severe nausea is rather than movement speed. Eikä rastataan, niin se oli erilainen. You there. I need 3 drinks, something that helps with ether sickness. Why the money is a traveler? I mean, greetings. Greetings and welcome. You are wise, good sir, to come to me. My special armor lassie, made with only the finest and freshest ingredients, is famed for calming unruly bellies. By way of warm welcome to Thavnir, I'm pleased to offer it to you for the low price of 19,800 gil. 19 800. Melkein 20 tonnia. Mitä tää on? Marketboardi? For not 1, not 2, but 3 paddles. A bargain amongst bargains. No mitä tuo tekee kai 7500 tai jotain? Tai no, kysytään. 19,800 jattuna 3. Yhden hinta on 6600. Vähän meni arvio pieleen. Vähän. Aika perus marketportin hinta. No en tiedä. Riippuu tavarasta. A bargain amongst bargains. The price is high road robbery, and you want to say as much to Estinian, but you realize any words of warning you cry out would be accompanied by your last meal. You must stand before Estinian and using gesture deny that the deal is fair. I thought you could barely stand. What do you need to tell me that's so urgent? Wait, I shouldn't buy the lassie. The merchant is swindling me. Sincerest apologies, sir, but I appear to have my prices confused. It's actually 1,890 kilo for the 3 bottles of lassi. 1890. 2 tonnia. No, on sekin vielä sinänsä vähän paljon kai, mutta... Mut 10 kertaa halvempi. That confusion would have been quite costly for both of us. Very well, then your coin. Here, a bottle for each of you. Take them to the others and get some rest. I'll be back after I've explored the town. No, don't go anywhere. Se menee suhlaamaan lisää rahaa. No, mä mietin, että 2 tonnikin nyt on sinänsä aika paljon, mutta ei se nyt pelkkää vettä ole, että jonkinlaista medisiiniä, niin ehkä se on ihan käypä hinta. Special armor lassi, made with only the finest and freshest ingredients. With this armor flavored lassi is also to settle unruly stomachs. Praise be the 12. My stomach doth loosen its death grip. My heartfelt thanks to thee and Estinian, and to the fine fruits of this land. You were in time. Excellent. You were spared of Tataru's wrath. Sweet, sweet release. If you haven't already, you should have yours too. Mä pitäis kyllä mennä se Estinin perään. Right, I'm ready to go on with it. The lassi truly worked wonders. Back on your feet, I see. Thy hair. Oikein tyylikäs. I've found it. This is the most I could do against this heat, short of shedding my armor. May I ask where you got the cord for it? A local vendor. The man said it's a Davnarian weave, tough and not easily unraveled. And how much did it cost? 9,400 gil. A steel, I was told. 9,400. Hitto kun ne puhuu niin on omitusta. Eli siis 9 tonnia, 10 tonnia tommosesta hiuslenkistä. Voi. Se tosiaan on aika huono rahan kanssa. Tosta ei olisi pitänyt maksaa edes 100. Still, I was told, this is nothing fancy, but I've always valued the function of a form. That's incredible. I dare say not even Alfino could hold a candle to you. Are all Hunnish merchants so unscrupulous? One mustn't be too quick to paint a diverse people with a single brush. If such doth prove to be commonplace, I would presume it's symptomatic of societal instability. Claiming Davner as its dominion, the nation of Rasatan hath long thrived as a hub of commerce. In the beginning, there were the Akasodara, a Matanga tribe indigenous to this island. Over time, they came to be joined by other races, and through their intermingling, a culture rich and distinct did emerge. From alchemy to textiles, the products of Hunnish culture have come to be celebrated and coveted the world over. A development only aided by the nation's prime location as a waypoint betwixt east and west. All of this hath combined to make a trading power of Rasatan, yet such a status cannot be taken for granted, and nay, it must needs be maintained through judicious governance and stringent regulation, neither of which I see any evidence, given the merchants at the gateway town are free to fleece hapless travelers and tarnish the reputation of the nation at large. Just so, the opportunistic pricing is rampant, thus suggest that oversight is much weakened, or mayhaps that the people have fallen upon hard times. Whatever the truth may be, it would be prudent to ascertain the current state of affairs. Prudent and practical eye, we have naught to lose by learning more. So, we seek out Kryl's acquaintance. Shall we see what information we can gather here in Jedlimad, sillä mieluummin. Excellent, we didn't exactly get off to a flying start, but we'll make up for it. Toi hetki käydä tosta pakilla. Alright, pidän syömätauon. Yhden hampurilaisen kaljan eiliseltä. Tää varmaan jossain vaiheessa tehdään lisää ruokaa, mutta pahin alkaa nyt ohi. Jatketaan. Right, let's split up and make inquiries in town. Danzak, the beer is yours. Once we have learned what we can, we regroup the Aetheryte, off-putting though the mere sight of it may be. Siellä muuten näkyy joku dunkku, mutta ei vielä siitä. The greatest, spoilereita, ette näistä. The greatest laden with fruits, but they are on the verge of spoiling, as if they have been left too long. Kivan värikäs paikka. Vähän sumunen tää ilmoitus nyt, mutta guessing out from the pier, used by boats moored off nearby isles, with the silhouettes of larger seafaring vessels farther away. Mä en kyllä ihan hirveästi kyllä näe tässä sumussa mitään. Nää on pelkkiä siluetteja nämä kaikki, mitä mä näen. Enemmän tai vähemmän, mutta tuolla nyt ehkä näkyy jotain. Tuossa saattaisi kyllä olla saarikin. Joo, en tässä sumussa kyllä nyt näe mitään. Compared to other ports you have visited in the past, there appears to be very little activity. What am I doing? Oh, recording my sales. I still do it daily out of habit, though I don't know why I bother. Hardly sell anything these days. Business has never been this terrible, but I suppose things could be even worse. I would have a consortium to keep afloat. Like Kalsal. I don't envy his position. Better to be alone with my little operation, I've come to realize. You are a traveler by the looks of you. If you have a moment, perhaps you could pay Kalsal a visit. He'd be glad for tidings from abroad. Like as not, you'll find him at the Saltwind Sails, the Harbour Guild building across the water from here. Yksi vielä. Olisiko sulla jotain asiaa sellainen alueen ulkopuolelta? Siinä on joku. Well now, if it isn't a traveler, you are a rare sight in these unsettled times. People have been giving us a wide berth since that accursed tower suddenly appeared on Narunair. If it just stood there and loomed ominously, perhaps things would be fine after a fashion, but no, it had to spawn fell fiends as well. We still have our lives, thanks to the Radiant Host, but business is as good as dead. What'll become of us, only the gods knows. Gods know. Mennään Kalsalin luokse. They ordered. What are we supposed to do with it? But yelling at me isn't going to help. All I know is that their plans have changed, and that's that. Look, you must have known this might happen. The Empire is at war with itself, and the provinces are in chaos. And then there's the tower sitting on our doorstep, spitting out monstrosities. The city has its defenses, but we have been afforded no protection out here. We can't blame foreigners for not wanting to take the risk. But this will be an enormous loss. Alright, forget about the Dalmaskans. Surely some ships are still coming. We have fresh produce, handicrafts, medicines, all the perennial Hunnish favorites. Our consortium works closely with merchants and artisans to supply only the finest wares. Quality is guaranteed. I know all these things, Kalsal, I do. Which is why I regret to say I have nothing for you. All voyages have been cancelled or indefinitely postponed. And you are... Hi, my name is Kenshin. Wait, you are a foreigner, are you not? A merchant? Please tell me you are a merchant. I'm champion of Air. I see, that's a shame. I'm sorry, but we are discussing important matters. If you need something, please talk to one of the others. Excuse me. My name is Matsia. I'm here to see Kalsala. Oh, it seems he's busy. I'll come back later then. Mietin, pitäisikö tuolla olla Matsia vai Matsia? No, googlaan sen kertoo. Matsia on sanskritiksi kala. On hindulaisuudessa Vishnun ensimmäinen ruumiillistuma. Alright. Matsia FF14 sitten. Täällä ei lue. Tässä on kerrottu, miten toi pitäisi lausua. Se on Matsia. Japaniksi on matosha. Tuossa on selkeästi toi J. Tuossa on toi AE-merkki, niin eikö se pitäisi olla ää? Matsia. No, sanon Matsia. Selkeästi ei Matsia. Yes. Can I help you? Maybe I can help you. I remember seeing you back in the guild. You wanted to speak with Kalsal too, did you? I'm Matja, a fisherman of... Onko se nyt sitten Akiaali vai Akiaali? Varmaan Akiaali. A nearby village. I sell my cash to Kalsal, who offers it to foreign merchants, but he hasn't bought anything for a while now. When I heard that the consortium had been struggling, I became worried and decided to come and see him. Just as soon as he's free anyway. He's a hard-working man, and I dare not disturb him. If I may ask, what is that you do? I'm an adventurer. An adventurer, you say? And you travel the world helping people. Then that must mean you are great at dealing with strangers. Please, won't you teach me to be like you? Sä tarvii hirveänä grindiä. Sitten joka level upilla nostat sun karismaa. Väärä peli. You see, I've brought some fresh fish with me. The portion I couldn't preserve, and I want to sell them. The problem is, I'm terrible with people. I've ever only dealt with Kalsal, and I can't talk to customers without getting my trunk in a twist. So please, as silly as it may sound, will you not peddle the fish in my stead and show me how it's done? If you are willing, please let me know, and we can begin at once. The events to follow cannot be skipped. You may wish to cancel any pending duty finder registration. Tulee tämmönen uusi mekaniikka. You'll do it then. Show me how to deal with customers. I'm in your debt. Right, please try peddling my fish too. Shall we say 3 people here in Jedlimad. I will observe you and learn. Matja is now accompanying you. Keep him at your side in order to proceed with quest objectives. Tää onkin. No, ei ookaan semmonen, mikä mä kuvittelin tämän olevan. Siis eikä mä kuvittelin, että tää on tämmönen, sit mä kuvittelin, että tää on toisenlainen. Tää onkin tän ensimmäinen. Tuossa mielessäkin tässä ei pysty mukaan canceloimaan. Okei, tulee tässä tämmönen, joo. Tätä ei pysty känsylemään nyt. Yes. Greetings, friend. How fare you of late? Greetings to you too. I suppose I'm well enough, given the circumstances. Things have settled down somewhat, but it was utter chaos when the tower first appeared. Everyone grabbing whatever they could, trampling over each other to get to the city. Many remained there for now, but I could not stay away. I had to come back, continue with my life, such as it is. Whether or not it was the right choice, only time will tell. There's no place like home, but don't do anything dangerous, eh? Oh, trust me, I don't. I make sure to keep well clear of the tower, and when more monsters emerge from it, I heed the Radiant Host's instructions. I hope they deal with it soon, so we can get back to our normal lives. To the days when you could earn as much as you gave and tuck into a meal satisfied that you did good work. Speaking of wheels, why not have some fresh fish today? Fresh fish, you say? Oh, you are a fishmonger. When you bait me like that, how can I not bite? Well, give me some of your fish. Thank you for your custom. The catch of the day is shallow scud, delectable stewed in coconut milk or baked with a sprinkle of salt. You succeed in making a sale. A hawker, are you? Do you sell fruit by chance? If so, I want to buy some armor. Let's say a dozen. They don't need to be export quality. Armor, my fresh fish is the only thing you need. Okay, come on, Messil. What do you need so many armor for? Why, for eating, of course. It may seem like a lot, but of late I go through that much in no time at all. I'm a stock taker by trade, but with no vessels coming these days, the wares are beginning to pile up. By the same token, nothing is coming in from overseas, but not a day goes by that someone does come asking when the next shipment is arriving for this and that and this and that. All of it wears me down, and I find myself feeling constantly hungry. I know how you feel. Thank you. A pity you don't sell fruit, but I enjoyed our little chat. It took my mind off my troubles for a moment. Never mind. If nothing else, you left her with a positive impression. Let's move on to the north side of town, shall we? No, en tarvinnut sille kalaa sitten. Olisiko pitänyt vaan mennä sille, että ammura samra, ota kalaa. What is it? If you don't mind, I'm rather busy. Oh gods, my stomach. Ugh. Sickness? No, nothing so unusual. In my hurry to get back to work, I just ate a little too quickly. No se ei kyllä tämä ainakaan ole. Sillä on mahaa täynnä. You should take it easier. Eat more slowly and savor your food. For that I could, but I can't afford to be idle. Like as not, circumstances will surely get worse before they get better. And so I'm working as hard as I can while I still can. The better to be prepared. How do you intend to prepare? By stockpiling supplies. For that I need to earn coin, so I can buy food, medicine, what have you. How about some fish for your supplies? They are fresh caught. Aye, well, fish wouldn't be bad, but I don't want to go through the hassle of preserving them myself. I'd rather buy stuff that's ready to store. So I'm afraid I'll have to pass on your fish. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must be getting back to work. Too bad we couldn't make a sale, but we did manage to build something of a relationship. Thank you so much for your demonstration. It was a truly eye-opening experience. Come, let us return to the pier. Onko se mahdollista saada kaikki 3? Tämä on saman tien pistetty. Joko niin se on niin, tietenkin se on piilossa kun... Okei, joo. Ja mä en pysy abandonaa kumpaakaan. En pysy yrittää uudestaan. Pitäisikö mun kysyä? A freshman's friend. Eiku mikä ei freshman, kun fisherman's friend. Kysytään Googlelta, onko mahdollista. Kyllä se on mahdollista. Eli ensimmäinen oli Greetings friend, how fare you of late? Blah blah blah, speaking of wheels, why not some fresh fish today? Toinen oli what do you need so many armor for? Sillä mä aloitin. No täällä toinen mitä mä mietin, mutta mä täällä ottaa, että niinku kyseenalaistan sitä tolla tavalla, että are you sure you are actually hungry? Sisäarvovaisto olisi sitten ollut, se olisi sitten varmaan sanonut, että no kyllä mä itse taidan olla pikkusen, tässä ei tule mitään niistä dialogeista, mutta mä voin arvata, että se sitten sanoo, että no okei, ehkä mä oon vähän nälkäinen. Sitten mä olisin kysynyt siltä, että do you like fish? Alright, ja sitten kolmas. You should take it easier, eat more slowly and save your food. Tuolla mä menin. How do you intend to prepare? Tollakin mä taisin mennä. Do you have anything suitable, Matja? Ja tossa mä otin sitten, että mitä olisi kalaa. Eli se, mä en lukenut se toista vaihtoehtoa. Mä nyt totesin että jos mä en tarjoa sille kalaa nyt, niin se ei onnistu. Niin. Se ei sitten ottanut sitä multa sitten. Että ei kelpaa kala multa. Olis kelvannut kalaa sieltä norsulta. Selvä. Bullshit, Aisanon. Aisanon. Siinä oli hienoa suomi-englantia. Minä sanon, tai I say, meni yhteen, Aisanon. Thank you so much for showing me how to talk to customers. You managed to sell to one of the 3 people you approached. It was difficult, but when you put your mind to it, you succeeded. Though you did fail too, but there are lessons to be learned in both success and failure. By applying yours, I'll endeavor to become a better peddler. Still, there's only so much I can do alone. I hope that things will return to normal for Kalsal soon. I thought I heard a familiar voice, and who should it be but Matsia? Kalsal, have you finished your business at the guild? So you were there too. Forgive me. Try as I might, I can't find any buyers. With no ships coming in and hardly any going out, there simply aren't any options at this rate. So you can't buy my fish anymore. I'm sorry, Matsia, I truly am. But for now, you must peddle your own goods. But by myself I can't. Eikö mä just lopettanut sua? I want to help you, I do, but as it stands, I can barely help myself. I've poured my all into the consortium, and I'll be damned if I let it fall apart. I have friends and families depending on me, and I won't fail them. The sisters as my witness. Kalsal. Not to worry, using what I've learned from you, I'm sure I'll manage somehow. Well, I had best return to my village. My thanks again, and please take care of the road. No, sentään osaat kalastaa. Vähän ainakaan olen nälkäinen. I see you have been busy. Managed to learn a tidbit or two, I trust. I see. We also heard that the tower is affecting many locals' livelihoods, but to think that it would be to such an extent. For another notable, if not wholly unexpected, discovery, disappearances and kidnappings are disturbingly commonplace. As before, the culprits are almost certainly tempered imperial soldiers, and as before, they mean to use the faith of the hapless thralls to call for the lunar primal. Business as usual for the Teloflori. Tuli kautta pakilla. Ja jatketaan. That Matsia fellow you were helping, he's Akasodara, is he not? Apparently, it's almost exclusively his people that are being kidnapped. Should he be traveling alone? If summoning is this perpetrator's aim, it doth stand to reason that Akasodara would be their primary targets. For this, the faith of their ancestors, which prevaileth in this land, and many are devout adherents still. We'd better go after him. Akkiali lies to the west, as I recall, the same direction as Kryl's acquaintance, incidentally. It's settled then. Keep your eyes peeled while we make for the village. You don't see Matsia nearby, but the elevated ground up ahead may provide a better vantage point. Tän näköinen paikka, mutta tälle puolelle ei pääse vielä. Siitä on hyvä tiirailla. You do not see much from here either. No, leave me alone. Help, somebody help. Match's voice, and it came from the north. Gaia. Vihaisia norsia. Ympäriäjä. Väärä kulta. Huh? Where did they go? Why are you here? Found him in time. Ne dispawnas. Ja minä tulin tuolta etelästä. You and your friends came to look for me. I don't know how to thank you. Naurahdin omalle huonolle vitsilleni, että dispawnas. On my way home, I took a moment to stop and rest. Think about what to do about, well, everything. And then those men came. Kidnappers. We'd heard that the Akasodara were being targeted. Surely you have as well. Perhaps it's best if you took refuge in the city. We have considered it, me and the others, but fishing is all we know, the ocean all we have. I see. That's your decision to make, but you should take care not to travel alone. A question, if I may. That strange fiends have emerged from the tower. What canst thou tell us of these beings? Not much, I'm afraid. I have no idea what they are. But I've heard that some bear an unsettling resemblance to our divinities. Hauska, että tämä paikka tosiaan jotenkin jollain tavalla... No ymmärrättiin, perustuu niin kuin Intiaan. Niin, Intiassahan no nähdään palvoo useampia jumalia, mutta yksi niistä on Shiva. Mutta ei tarvitse kyllä tässä maailmassa nyt sitten olla niin. For that reason, some have taken to calling the towers Dot. House of Divinities in the old song, it means. But they are not true divinities. They are monstrous imitations that bring only death. To have one's faith so twisted is a grievous indignity. Indignity, and full justified art thou in thine outrage. Know that this for no other purpose but to neutralize the tower that we have journeyed to this land. In time we may be forced to contend with these false gods, and thus we would learn of all we may about them. Wilt thou not tell us of thy divinities and their true nature? You have come all this way to save us, really? To think I had you peddling fish? But to answer your question, yes, of course, we would gladly tell you about our gods. We, I say, because I am terrible storyteller, and I'd ask my fellow villagers to do it. So please come to our village. We are good, God-fearing folk, all of us, and we'd be honored to share our knowledge and fish. What sayest thou? Shall we pay visit to Agiali? Wonderful. Just follow the road west and down the hill. You can't miss it. So, these are the simulacra of Thavnarian gods that are being summoned. If any doubts existed before, there can be none now. The kidnapped Hanish are imprisoned in the tower. I pray that we will be able to save them. Though indeed saving them will mean confronting their false gods, like as not, as you said, we do well to study their religious traditions. To Agiali. Pitäisikö mun seurata tuota tietä, niin kuin se sanoo? No, et se hirveästi taida olla vaihtoehtoja, kun ei pääse ihan suoraan. Että... enemmän tai vähemmän seurattu. Welcome to Agiali, my friend. The name means white beach, and there isn't much here save that. But please make yourself at home. Your companions have already begun talking to everyone. Feel free to show yourself around and do the same. Any of us can tell you about our gods, but you could do worse than to start with Kanga and old Hasveda. They are free at the moment, as it happens. You wish to know about our gods. What a curious visitor you are. Most won't wish. In any case, I'm happy to oblige. Now, I don't know it is whence you hail, but our isle is home to many gods. They can be divided into two groups. The Manusya, beings of wisdom who assume the form of men, and the Mrga. Olisiko sulla mitenkään helpompaa sanoa? Niin kuin tapaa sanottu, eli Ga, tai Ga, tai pelkkä Ga. Mrga. Beings of might who assume the form of beasts. Together they are divinities, their forms and personalities many and varied. Some are kind and gentle, others stern and temperamental, just like we mortals can be. All are possessed of great insight and experience, and by heeding their teachings, we strive to be better people and live better lives. Interested in learning about our gods, you say? Heh, that's what I like to hear. Prick up your ears then and listen. Sinä olet... Mikäs nyt olikaan? Ei kun Seila, kun se toinen. Olen unohtunut jo. No, olet Aura. Olen yllättynyt että oot ottanut noiden Arkan sudarien ton uskonnon. Ja tiedät varmaan, että meillä ei kummallakaan ole korvia, että... Jatketaan. In ancient times, the Manusya and the Mrga deities who look like men and beasts respectively were locked in conflict. Eventually, seeking the wisdom of the Manusya, the Mrga cast aside their own heads and took up those of their foes. Likewise, the Manusya coveted the might of the Mrga, so they too resolved to trade heads. Thus were born new gods possessed of both might and wisdom, and they ushered in an age of harmony between the two factions. From then on, as a sign of their esteem for one another, the Manuska have burned animal faces, and the Murga the limbs of men. There you are. I learned a thing or two about our gods, I trust. While you were off talking to the others, I remembered something that may be of interest. If you could let your friends know, I'll go and fetch it from my home at once. Apologies for the wait. I wish to show you this hanging scroll which depicts 3 of our most revered deities. By all means, we should like to see it. Nämä tulee Final Fantasy 10. They are Manuska. You heard about them already, yes? The 3 sisters. The center one is the eldest, Cinderova, a goddess of wisdom. For this, alchemists hold her in the highest. To her right is the middle sister, Sandrova. As goddess of wealth, she counts many traders among her followers. And on the left is Mindorova, the youngest sibling. She presides over the crafts and so is beloved by weavers. Although each is worshipped for different reasons, the sisters are usually portrayed together in these works, which people keep in their homes for good fortune. In like fashion, to the Manuska, the deities of Eosa preside over myriad aspects of life. And what of the Murga, if I may ask? Murga. Löytyisikö Googlesta mitään? Tätä ostaa japaniksi. Jos olisi vaikka Mirika tai jotain. Täällä on mitään, mistä tää pitäisi lausua. Toi on luodestolla. En mä sinne halua. Jos otetaan Googleen How to spell Mrga F14. Eiku pronounce enemmänkin. Sillä se vaan, miten lausua FF14. How to pronounce Mrga. Nyt se ei ottanut mega, eikä Mrga. Löytyy sit jotain. Mrga Iskovar kakose Iskovara Mrga no na slovenski. Okei, löytyy jotain. Kai toi jotain Intiaa, kun toi nyt sitten on. Pitää näyttää teille, koska how to pronounce tämä in English, joka on ilmeisesti Mrga.
Mri.
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 Mri. Haa. Mennään sille. Täällä saa tosiaan olla Intia. Ihan puhtaasti. Eikö se ole Intian lippu? Joo, kyllä se on Intia. Intiassa tosin puhutaan monta eri kieltä, mutta... No joo, mennään sillä. Mri. En tiedä kyllä miten Galas tulee I, mutta... Ehkä vähän helpottaa. Eli... In like fashion to the Manusia, the deities of Eosa preside over myriad aspects of life, and what of the Mri? What of the Mri, if I may ask? The Mri, for the power of our nature. In ages past, they were revered as guardian deities in times of conflict. Oliko se ihan pyörähtävä R niin kuin suomeksi? Mä menisin äsken tässä on se englanniksi Mri.
Mri. Mri.
Se melkein niinku Dri.
Mri. Mri.
Mri. The Mri holds power over nature. In ages past, they were revered as guardian deities in times of conflict. If you have occasion to visit our temples and ruins, you'll find the images there. Among them is a god who possesses a Gaia's head. Mä veikkaan, että se on Gaia eikä Gaja. Koistetaan vielä ottaa, että miten J lausutaan intian kielellä. Kyllä se on J. Mutta G stands for J in the romanization systems of most languages of India, such as Hindi and Telugu, and stands for J in the romanization of Japanese and Korean. Mä sanon tuossa aikaisemmin J, mutta se on siis ihan vain J. Tossa mä en ole kyllä ihan varma tuosta merkistä, että mä aika varma, että toi on niinku... Kun se alkaa D, niin se on J. Tosin on japaninkielessä vähän eri. J. Mut joo, ei ole J-äänen niinku Suomessa. J ei ole J. J on J. Mennään sillä. Among them is a god who possesses a Gaza's head, and he is venerated as the progenitor of the Akasudara. Tässä mun on vielä katsoa tuo R. Sanoisinko mä sittenkin Arkasudara, enkä Akasudara. In Hindi and Urdu, they pronounce the R as a flap sound. Mikä on flap sound, which is different from the English R sound. To properly pronounce the English R, place the tip of your tongue just behind your upper front teeth. Ja mua kyllä kiinnostaa tuo englantilainen R, kun why is Indian English usually erotic? R sounds in Hindi. Se on 3 eri merkkiä. Ja yksi niistä merkeissä is basically the R in English. Ja kun toinen merkki basically, sama merkki, but as you say You flick your tongue from the back to front as you flick your tongue till jotain. Back to front. No en kyllä yritä puhua, niin sitten vielä pitäisi yrittää eri tavalla puhua. Mutta sanotaan arkasodara. Tai aakasodara. Ei, mutta... Kyllähän se voi olla aaka ja sitten sodara. Katsotaan vielä. Löytyisikö jonkinlaista... Miten tuo pitäisi lausua? Ei taida kyllä löytyä. No ei löydy. No sanotaan miten tulee. Aakasodara on vaan jotenkin hankala. Se viimeinen R siellä. Ei kuulosta oikealta. Jatketaan. And then there are dragons. They occupy a special place in our history. You worship dragons too. It's said that an ancestor of the satrap. That's the ruler of Rajasthan, forged a covenant with the dragon divinity in ancient times. This divinity has since acted as the guardian deity of the satrap. Mä yritän silleen sanoa se suomalaisella R:llä, mutta sitten se aina tulee ulos ja englantilaisella R:llä. Tulee ulos miten tulee ihan sama. Satrap tai satrap. Legend holds that if ever the satrap is in need, his dragon ally will fly to his aid. Dragon ally. You claimed to be a terrible storyteller, but nothing could be further from the truth. The passion you bear for your faith is plain to hear. I am confident that the information you have given us will serve us well in our efforts to deal with the tower. That is very kind of you to say. Thank you. I will pray for your success. An alchemist by the name of Nidana. According to Trial's notes, we are to find her at a place called the Great Burg, further north along the coast. Did you say you are going to see Nidana? Oh, how I envy you. She's brilliant and beautiful, kind and understanding. And did I say she's beautiful? I could stare at her dainty ears and adorable trunk all day. And those eyes. When you meet her, take care you don't drown in them. Ei tarvi lentää. Auttaa näissä vielä kun keretään. Dontorelle luulla ei pysty enää tekemään tällaista sitten. Kuka tää on näytöltä?
What happened here?
Their dress marks them as alchemists. I see no evidence of injury or poison.
Thinkest thou they but slumber?
I believe so. Whether it is by choice is another question entirely.
We have guests. You must excuse the poor welcome. Long days and longer nights have taken their toll, as you can see. I am Vashan, servant to the satrap. My task was, in fact, to wake these good men and women, if you will allow.
Okei, siis tossa on toi R tuossa Vashanissa. Steelausta, mutta sitten tuossa se sanoo ihan selkeästi satrap. Okei, mä sanon sen kyllä aika suomalaista, mutta aksenttia. Satrap. Enkä rupea yrittää vääntää. Mut okei. Yritän sanoa, kun luen tekstiä, niin sanon sen satrap.
People of the great work, I come bearing new scales.
Scales? We have new scales?
Se on niin nukkuille suomalaiset tuo kalja.
Yes, my friends. Gather round. I have them right here.
Toi kyllä osittain puhua välillä tommosia englantilaista R-heissä välillä tommosia.
Now I can continue my experiment.
Ja välillä tommonen rolling R.
Many thanks.
One for me.
Those are dragon scales.
Yes, such materials are vital to their most pressing research.
And we are fortunate to have them. Our experiments are so close to bearing fruit. Soon we will have a talisman capable of nullifying the etheric emissions from that accursed tower. Did I say something wrong? Are you not here with Varshan? Wait, who are you people? Of course! You're the one Kryl sent. The warrior of light we've been waiting for.
Oh, this is a day of celebration. Praise be to Cinderova!
The winds have shifted. I feel it. The end to our toil is near.
I feel it too. My head hasn't been this clear in days.
Opa siinä paksu intialainen aksentti.
Tell me, how did you acquire those scales?
Curious that it concerns you so. But worry not. They were freely given by the dragon with whom our satrap has forged a lawful pact.
That is well.
You must be quite familiar with Dragonkin, yes?
Is this their congealed blood I see on your weapon?
Speaking of dragon blood, you yourself have been infused with it, have you not? I should like to draw a file or two, if so.
Now, see here. Come along, come along. I must insist that you visit our laboratory.
Very Bestinian.
Cease your shoving, or so help me.
Oh dear, your poor companion. What with the new scales and your timely arrival, my colleagues are a little giddy with excitement. No harm will come to him, I promise. Meanwhile, shall we find a quiet place to talk? As you may have guessed, I am Nidana, the alchemist who sent the request to your Mistress Kryl. We have workshops across the nation collaborating on this research project. But it is here, at the great work, where I collate our results. Come with me, all of you, and I can explain the crux of the situation.
Allow me to thank you for your for answering our call. Many towers have appeared around the world, and we are grateful that you would assist us with ours. Though Kroll herself is tied up with another investigation, Tenjek is an eminently capable substitute, and we will spare no effort to aid you. So, if I understand correctly, you seek to make talismans that can nullify etheric emissions. Indeed we do. As you know, the tower emits vast concentrations of ether. One cannot go anywhere near it without being tempered. As such, we can only study the tower from afar, and are powerless to deal with it in any consequential way. In order to strike back, the satrap bade us alchemists create enchanted talismans. Talismans that will allow our soldiers to venture into the tower, even if they lack innate protection. Could such a thing be possible? Admittedly, we are still in the midst of testing, but we are quite confident. Even prior to this, our people have long pursued countermeasures against the etheric corruption of primals. Of the methods tested to date, those utilizing dragon scales proved the most promising. Owing to their etheric density, the scales are highly resistant to disruptive forces. The mightier the dragon, the greater the resistance. We seek to amplify this protective property through our alchemy. Thanks to the skills provided by His Excellency, we have been able to make steady progress with the talisman. Soon we will be ready to conduct a field test, and yes, where you and your blessing of light come in. Better than having my blood drawn, I suppose. Perhaps so, and knowing my colleagues, they won't be satisfied with blood alone. But as for your task, we ask only that you serve as an escort. I will explain in greater detail, but you will be venturing in the tower's field of influence. And so, for your own safety, I will first test how well your blessing shields you, with your permission, of course. In that case, Orianja and I will find other ways to make ourselves useful, seeing as you all worked to the point of collapse. I suspect you could do with more hands. We would be grateful for any assistance you can provide. If you are ready, then let us put your blessing to the proof. If you exit the great work and turn south, there will be a hill to the right. I will meet you at the top after seeing to some preparations. I hope you didn't have trouble finding this place, or climbing the hill. Not all are accustomed to the physical strain. I give you the fruit of our sweat, tears, and many sleepless nights. The drunken Deepa. A Deepa is a lantern presented to the gods as an offering. Taking inspiration from the tradition, we created this device to test the talisman's efficacy. Upon activation, it will move a certain distance before emitting a powerful blast of ether. In lieu of corruption, those lacking sufficient protection will experience severe ether sickness. For your test, you will be exposed 4 times. That should be enough to ascertain the blessing's protective capability. Please begin whenever you are ready. I shall be observing from a safe distance. Okei, se on kuin elävä lamppu. Commencing etheric expressor testing. Repeat. Commencing etheric expressor testing. Retreat to a safe distance if you are not the subject. Lead and try not to fall behind. Se oli hitaampi kuin minä. Reading ether, please stand back. Miten kauas mun pitää mennä? Ready to discharge. Okay. Warning, discharging ether. You are struck by a powerful blast of ether, but suffer no ill effects. Subject has no irrepressible urge to empty their stomach. Confirmed. Resuming test. Please follow. Kivoja nää seinät täällä, kun siinä on tommosia pinkin violettia. Mitä tapahtuu muuten, jos mä puhun sille? Target is preoccupied. You're struck by another powerful blast of ether, but suffer no ill effects. Sama hyvinä kuin aikaisemmin lue uudestaan. Mä oon syönyt tuhdimpiakin aterioita. Iitriä. You're struck by yet another powerful blast of ether, but suffer no ill effects. The blessing of light appears to be keeping you safe from harm. Subject 42 rated. Impressive. No irregularities confirmed. Resuming test. Please follow and praise for final discharge. You're struck by the strongest blast of ether yet, but survive completely unscathed. Ether exposure testing concluded. Please collect and deliver me to the supervising alchemist. Congratulations on retaining your composure and your humors, yo. Minä söin Förstellä tommosia hampalaksi. You have returned, but not on your knees. A promising sign. But come, Let me take the diva off your hands. Thank you. I shall replenish its ether for when we test the talisman. So, no dizziness or nausea or anything of the sort. You're feeling perfectly fine. Then the strength of your blessing is beyond doubt. There is no risk that the tower will corrupt your ether. With this, we can request your aid for the task ahead with easy hearts. Turhia testejä. Ja kun se tusinallinen primality, mitä mä oon piessyt, niin ei mukaan olisi riittävästi todistusaineistoa. Tai ei kokea pakko laskea tässä välissä. Ja jatketaan. You are a capable warrior too, are you not? No, warrior kyllä. Myöskin joo, kyllä. Tällä hetkellä Dark Knight. Would you be amenable to assisting me with another errand? Tai kun mun pitäisi warriorina. You see, our talisman requires the use of a special ink, but we have exhausted our stores of a key ingredient for it. Spiritweed. The herb grows not far from here, and I would like to go and harvest some. With the recent spate of kidnappings, however, we are Akasodara travel alone at our peril. Will you not come with me as my escort? I would compensate you for your troubles, of course. I'm in your debt. Without further ado, let us head to Kachaya's footsteps. It is situated on the road which runs east of the Great Work. Ehkä myydän tän Dark Knightina. I may be simply be imagining it, but I feel as though we are being followed. Look out, Tenshik. Ihan väärin nopein. Gods, but that gave me a fright. To think that the moment I ventured outside the safety of the work. Thank the sisters I asked you to come with me. You are right, I hope. Good. Let's continue on then. It isn't far now, just through these pillars and up the rise. Vähän kyllä tekis mieli syödä jotain. En tiedä kyllä, että mitä. Etemille hampurilaisia, etemille kanaa. Etemille pizzaa. Ei leipää. Ei sipsiä. And here we are, Kachaya's footsteps. Kachaya was a great dancer, and those who follow in her, well, you know. They come to this place to train and dedicate their dance to their ancestors. A happy benefit of this is that the spiritweed grows here in abundance. I will set about harvesting it at once. If you would be so good as to stand guard. The kidnappers aren't likely to return soon, but better safe than sorry.
Yes, that would be Radzad Khan. Hardly anyone has been allowed in or out since our troubles with the tower began. The faithful citizens huddle inside the city walls, and commerce has all but ground to a standstill. I pity the satrap, the trials he must be facing.
What can you tell me about the satrap? Of the satrap.
Well, he is the most important person in Radzad Khan. Long ago, this island was home to two tribes of Matanga, the Gajasura and the Arkasodra. When the Aura came to these shores, it was the Arkasodra with whom they joined forces. Together they defeated the warlike Gajasura, forcing them to flee Thavnair altogether. Peace and prosperity reigned for a time, until a clan of Hjor from the mainland decided they wanted the island for themselves. It was a direct ancestor of the present satrap who arbitrated that conflict and welded the warring factions into the nation we know today. And ever since, a member of that esteemed lineage has inherited this somewhat unique position. You see, by and large, the state is run by the people, but when problems arise, it is the satrap who mediates a solution. The stability provided by the satrap is what has allowed Radzad Khan to thrive all these years.
Doesn't know satrap.
And it was the satrap himself who entrusted us with this duty. We will not fail him, nor our countrymen.
What is the delay with the vessel? I told you I need to adjust those ratios.
No fun, Daniel.
I come all this way to admire one of my splendid towers, and what do I find? Fools attempting to ward off its tempering influence with magic trinkets. I seem to recall a similar experiment in ages past. What was that man's name? Oh, something. Owen? Another body, another time. Who could be expected to remember every trivial detail?
Allowing them to construct such handy talismans would be counterproductive to my plans. And yet, I find myself deathly curious. How will they manage this feat with the limited knowledge and resources at their disposal? Complications be damned, for we cannot escape the nature of our souls. And I, as ever, am my own worst enemy.
Jatketaan kohta kissalle ruokaa. Ja no niin. En kyllä tiedä mitä se kissa haluaa. Täydellisin kupia ehkä pelkään. Ei kelpaa. I have enough spirit weed to last us a good while. Thank you for keeping watch. Let us head back to the great work, shall we? Onko se vaan minä vai sataako täällä harvinaisen usein? mä olis voinut hypätä tonne. No, too late now. Jack, my thanks again for your assistance. With your help, we are that little bit closer to them completing our talisman. This isn't much, but please accept it as a token of my gratitude. Vau, saan en mitään. If you will excuse me, I shall return to my work on the talisman. Ah, you are both back. Excellent. I have a message for you, Mistress Nidan. It would seem the stores of Transgal are running low. What? But when I last looked, there was still plenty. Like that was before Rianchi told everyone about the tempering gear, and Estinian shared his knowledge of dragons. Your peers have since been inspired to fashion a number of new talisman prototypes. I see. Well, if it leads to new possibilities, then far be it from me to complain, but we will need to replenish our stores. I should be happy to tend to this if you like. As much as I appreciate the offer, my dear boy, I can't in good conscience send you out there alone while kidnappers are at large. Netti Arkas Sodria. Ei Aurea. Then Jack, loath though I am to press another task on you so soon, might I ask you fetch the giant skull? In case you are not familiar, giant skull is a type of ore found in the island. Owing to its hardness and ethereal conductivity, it has applications in many disciplines, alchemy not least of all. The gory where it is found, aptly named giant skull crowns, isn't far away, so it shouldn't take much of your time. Maybe impose you once more. Ja meidän Warrior of Light, minä teen, joo. Thank you. Upon arriving at the grounds, please seek out a man named Zeinua. Nuhanina. He will furnish you with the ore. At the very least, permit me to accompany you. It so happens I have an errand of my own that will take me to the outpost nearby. Maybe borrow a pair of Hamsa, Mistress Nidana. By all means, do try to be patient with them. Those that survived are still in training. I will bring the Hamsa to the entrance. Meet me there when you are ready. Täällä on erilainen kristalli. Ei oo shaadian kristalli. Olisiko mun pitänyt mennä alakautta? Shit. No tästä pääsee, okei. Tottunut siitä, että lentää yli, mutta kun pääsee läpikin. Loogisesti. Here are our Hamsa, Tenshek. If the creatures look familiar, it is because they are close kin to the Eos Endodos. Hamsa have long been kept as livestock in Taverner, and many a hatchery may be found here. Alas, the largest of these was recently raised by monsters from the tower. On account of said hatchery being situated near the tower, the Radiant Host repurposed its remnants as an outpost. That is where my errand takes me, and your own destination is but a stone's throw away. If you have no objections, let us first make for the outpost. We set forth at your word. Miksi mun pitää käyttää tommoista tipua? Mä vois mennä omalla moskalla. You are ready. And then let us depart. You need only ride and relax. My bird and I will take the lead for yours to follow. Onko tää automaattinen? On. Let us be off. If you haven't ridden dodos before, be warned they have a wobbling gate. The spectacular formation stretching out over the water is called Gadka, a word which means sword. This sword, legend holds, was wielded by the Manuska against the Mri before it was cast down at conflict's end. To the left, requiring no introduction, is the tower. As you can see, it's trails a small isle. Hirveästi kyllä nyt kerkeä katsomaan maisemia, kun pitää lukea tuota tekstiä. Almost there. Though the main part of the hatchery is atop the cliff, the outpost itself is on the beach. And here we are, manned by the Radiant host. This outpost is our first line of defense against the tower. Well, who should it be but young Varshan on an errand for the satrap? I am. His Excellency bade me come to collect your report. He also wished to express his heartfelt gratitude for the brave men and women of the Radiant host for their unflagging dedication. We simply do our duty, but we are honored to receive His Excellency's regard. And yet, for this boundless benevolence, his treatment of one so young could be regarded as callous. Though we have enjoyed relative peace and calm these past few days, this remains the front line of battle, no place for children. Your predecessors too often rebelled alone. It's been, 2 years now since you took over. I wonder how the fellow is faring. Like those before him, he went on to represent the satrap in foreign lands. Wherever he may now be, I am certain he is well. As for myself, I assure you that all I do of my own volition and gladly. I pray you do not think ill of His Excellency. Certainly not, lad. Whatever happens, my faith in the satrap is unwavering, but I still worry for you. We would be overcome with sadness if something were to befall you, for you are as a little brother to us all. Take care, do you hear? I will Nabdeen, thank you. And who might this be? Not Hanish by the look of her. Permit me to introduce Tenzek Genshin of the Eosen contingent, come to assist in the making of the talisman. From Eosa, you say? Tavas have appeared over there 2 years. Tell me, what is the situation like? May I suggest that you exchange information with our soldiers. Both parties would stand to learn something of value, I believe. An excellent idea. Given the unprecedented nature of the threat, some of us are understandably anxious. We would be glad for any tidings you can share. Juju, bring Warshan the latest report and answer any questions he may have. I've heard about you, the visitor from Eosia. Is there anything you can tell us about the Telophori? We know that they are the ones behind the tower, and that they have declared war on the whole world. But why are they doing this? What is it that they want? This we don't understand. What? They want to die? And take everyone with them? What madness is this? Well, you can bet that we won't let those bastards have their way. We'll fight them with everything we have, like our Eosen and Far Eastern brothers. It occurs to me I have yet to properly introduce our company. We are the Radiant Host, a military order under the Satrap's command. Our duty is to preserve peace in the land, be it patrolling the streets or dealing with heretofore unknown threats such as now. We train hard and admit only capable warriors to our ranks. Even so, we have struggled to contend with the fiends from the tower. Though we succeeded in striking them down on the 2 occasions they came in force, we had to pay a heavy price. What of the towers in Eosia? Do they likewise spawn monsters? So it's much the same everywhere. With every nation struggling, we cannot expect calls for outside aid to be answered. Ourselves. This tower was thought, as folk have taken calling it, suddenly appeared where it did on the Isle of Narunair. Näsille. We are safe from its influence at this distance, but go too far into the water and you'll expose yourself to its corrupting ether. Dealing with the tower in your homeland. Are not unique. Then our hopes still lie with the talismans. We must keep the monsters contained until they are ready. Finished speaking with the soldiers, have you? I hope it was an enlightening for you as it was for them. As a neutral nation and trading hub both, Rosathan ordinarily receives a steady stream of news from abroad, and as this stream dried up when trading vessels stopped coming. Amidst the dearth of information. Ei sitä kyllä koskaan voi olla varma. Jos jättää ton D:n pois, niin se on Earth. Mutta jos vaihtaa ton T-hon CH, niin siis se on Each. Mut kai se on Death. Amidst the dearth of information, everyone will have been grateful for your account. But come, you had best see to your original errand, as many will keep me here a while longer. However, I'm afraid I cannot guide you the rest of the way. Worry not, the path is straightforward. You need but to follow the road east. Upon the Hamza, you will arrive before you know it. Brief though it was, I enjoyed our time together. Till we meet again. Though the Hamza appears to want to return home, it reluctantly offers you its back. Should you become separated from your steed, speak with the Radiant Beastkeeper at the Hamza hatchery to mount it again. Ride the Hamza to the giant skull grounds. Ihan varma, mutta tää peli mahdollisesti sallii nyt lentämisen. Ennen kuin mulla on ne aatorkurrennit. Tosi mitä mä tässä lentää näin pienellä siivillä. Kyllä minne mä oon menossa? Tohon. Voin tosta minimopista. No sooner do you arrive at your destination than the Hamza dashes off. Mä veikkaan tosiaan, että mun piti kulkea sillä tänne. Tää peli on vähän anaalisen suhteen, että... Hei, sulla on samat vaatteet kuin mulla on crafterina. Näkisikö mä ne tatuoinnit lähempää? Älä nyt mene minnekään. No niin, siinä. Samat tatuoinnit, mitkä mulla itselläni on. Ja sullakin taisi olla, kyllä. This is indeed the giant skull grounds, and I am Zenuha. Is there something you require? Giant skull for the alchemists, you say? But of course, they shall have it. To deal with the tower, and this the least we can do to provide them with the materials they need. Here you are, a sack of the purest giant skull. We always set some aside for our alchemist friends. When you deliver it, let the good folk of the great work know that we are grateful for their efforts. If they need more, they need but ask. Olipas se on lujalla. Voisi kyllä pitää tauon. Se on niin ihan kunnon levähdystauko. Nyt jo. En tiedä, se on johtuu vaan lähinnä sitten, kun tää on vähän uuvuttavaa. Ei mene vielä mitenkään niin mielenkiintoisia asioita ei tapahdu tässä vielä. Welcome back, Janska. I hope you have this giant skull. A hempen sack filled to the brim with chunks of the purest giant skull. Ei ole mitään mielenkiintoista. Kuvaus siitä. Oh my, such fine specimens. Thank you so much for bringing these. We now have everything we need to make our next prototype. One that should be capable of passing our most rigorous tests. When it is ready, it will be time for the true test. So please take your ease while you can. Ankea keli.
I see our taskmasters have allowed you a moment's respite as well.
Taskmaster, suurmestari.
You have to hand it to these alchemists. They are determined to see this endeavor of theirs succeed. I've never been one for blind optimism, but I sincerely get the sense they're close to a breakthrough.
They had better be, or all this effort was for naught.
The peoples of Eorzea, of the Far East, of Thavner, children of this star united in common cause against a dire threat. Yet ere they succumbed to suicidal madness, were not the Telophoroi born of her body as were we? They who cling to life and the promise of the morrow's dawn, against they who desire death and an ending of their own orchestration. The victors of this war alone will hold the right to answer the question of existence, of its meaning, and its worth.
Poetic and ominous to a fault. That said, if it's an existential debate in nature, then our arguments might not be as persuasive as you'd think. Fandaniel wants to die and take everyone with him in an orgy of pain and suffering. An utterly vile and unforgivable idea. And yet, when spat upon by fate and wailing in the deepest pit of despair, who among us can say they have not entertained similar thoughts? There are nights black as pitch, bereft of hope, and no words of comfort can reach you. And it's all you can do to grit your teeth and choke back the bile.
The more you see and suffer life's injustices, the more difficult they become to bear. Vengeance is nurtured in similar soil. Though your anger has a broader focus, the sentiment is much the same. A fervent desire to destroy others, to see them drown in torment, as you have.
That about sums it up. The will to endure is not always as strong as the urge to burn it all down and salt the earth. Survival be damned. It's a struggle, often close and brutal.
Indeed. Well, I, for one, shall pray survival proveth more appealing in the end.
As will I. Besides, our chances are much improved when we've the company of others committed to the cause of life. Our vengeful dragoon here is proof of that. What is it? What did you see? Fandaniel, are you sure? If he knows we've been working on a countermeasure.
It holds. The vessel holds! This is the one!
At long last! Look! We have finally created a talisman strong enough to withstand our experiments. We've named it a warding scale for the time being. With this in your possession, your soul should be completely shielded from corruptive ether.
Afforded such protection, any one of us may approach the towers without fear. Thou hast mine admiration. 'Tis an invention of historical significance.
I thank you for your kind words. But I would prefer you keep them unsaid until we test the talisman's efficacy in the field. It is for the next stage of our plan that we summoned you in the first place, to accompany me to the Tower of Zot. Should the scale prove effective, as I very much hope it will, then you'll have little to do. But should the effect be weaker than anticipated, I must ask that you restrain me, or knock me senseless.
Oh, you needn't ask.
Either way, we are fortunate to have you with us.
Nidana, are you certain you wish to do this?
If others are to trust our creations, then we must have faith in them first. And as the senior researcher, it falls to me to lead by example. But should I fail to return, then learn what you can from this attempt and apply it to the next. Our work must continue. Is that clear?
We'll keep an eye on the place while you're away. Assuming Fandaniel is lurking about, there's no telling what mischief he has in mind for us, or you. Be on your guard.
Shall we be on our way? I'll have one of the soldiers at the hatchery prepare us a boat, and we can set out from the northern shore. I'll see you there.
Toisella puolella mappia. No, melkein. Onneksi pystyy lentämään. Kauhea rankkasade. Showers. Ja pelkkä sade kun on suihku. Kuvitellut, että showers tarkoittaisi enemmänkin semmoista, niin, että vähän tulee kovempaa välillä ja välillä tulee vähän vähemmän. Pitääkö mä taas kysyä kukkulta? Difference between showers and rain. Weather forecasts often refer to either rain or showers, but did you know they often give a very different feel to the day? Showers imply that weather will change a lot during the day, with rain on and off. Näin mä oon ajatellut kyllä. Whereas rain will bring continuous wet weather for hours at a time, and then it will clear. Näin mä oon ajatellut, joo, okei. Tää sinänsä kyllä ei vaikuta sille, että taas niinku välillä sitä ja välillä ei. Selkeästi paljon rankempaa sitä laittaa kuin aikaisemmin. This is rather finer boat than I had expected, but I won't complain. All that remains is to board and be on our way. Oh, and if I should become corrupted, do not stay your hand. Of course I pray it does not come to that, but you must protect yourself. Ihan kun sun lyönnit tuntuisi miltä. Other alchemists can fulfill my role, but you and your blessing are one of a kind. No ei se kyllä, mutta ei se ole. And perhaps our only hope for toppling this tower. No okei, se mitä se musta näkyy, niin se on toki uniikki, mutta se, että on immuuni tolle corrupting etherille, vai mikä tuntuu se onkaan, niin se ei ole uniikkia kyllä mulle. And perhaps our only hope for toppling this tower. For all our sakes, do not hesitate to do what must be done, whatever that may be. Well, the longer I draw this out, the more nervous I become. Let's be off. Mulla oli vahva muistikuva muuten tosta. Ihan on vahva déjà vu kyllä nyt.
We should soon cross the threshold of the tower's influence. Any moment now. It's working! And you are still yourself? Then I'd like to see how it fares closer to the tower if we could.
Ihan piruttaa voisi esittää, että Glory to Kalemald! Glory to Kalemald! Ei mun hahmolla ole semmoista huumortaju.
So far, so good. The scale's protection appears to be holding. If we can just make it to the tower's entrance. A few more steps. Praise be to the sisters, we made it! And the scale has proven itself to be everything we hoped it would be. Now we can focus on production. Once we've equipped and returned with an entire survey team, this menace will soon give up its secrets. What?
Bullshit. There's nothing I can do. But watch. Tämmönen paikka. Ja kun ne ollaan mä nähty ennenkin tän sisällä, tänne tämmösen sisällä.
Oh, let me go! Oh, let me go! Oh!
Oh, do calm down. You'll only hurt yourself thrashing about like that.
Stop! Oh, you can't do this! Please!
A little late for heroics, I'm afraid. The similarities are striking. My! Such hostility! Never before has my artistry so displeased. My patrons of old would have positively squealed in delight, though, between you and me, I find gushing praise exhausting.
Tajutuakin napaus.
Allow me to tell you a story. Surely you've yet to hear the one about Van Daniel, the sundered Asian. I inherited the position and the soul of the Van Daniel who sat on the convocation in the time of the final days, theoretically speaking. Practically speaking, that fact is of no consequence. I was born and lived as, well, me. Eventually, I was recruited into the Ascians and imbued with the former Fandaniel's knowledge and memories, but I never felt that they were truly a part of who I am. How to explain? Perhaps if I told you who I was before my Ascian embrace, although that chapter too is a past I've long since discarded. I have it on good authority you've poked your nose into an Allegan ruin or two. Yes?
Mm-hmm.
Then I expect you've heard of me. The old me.
At your service.
Really?
Imagine a nation of unbridled prosperity. Every need met, day after day of unbroken, unshakable peace. Existence fulfilled and ripe for decay.
You are a genius without peer, Amon. How ever do you conceive of such delightful experiments? That fool was beside himself with panic when he awoke with the head of a bull. Even his cries for help emerged as so much guttural lowing. Oh, the memory of it. My poor sides. My friends and I were so consumed by laughter we struggled to breathe.
No more than entertainment for bored wastrels ignorant of its worth. My all-consuming work. But it was not their only indulgence. For they were ever hungry for stimulation, slaves to the slightest hint that amusement was afoot. Our nation was ailing, but I would see the poison purged. I resurrected a legend, our first and greatest emperor. And just as I had planned, he set our wayward empire back on the path of conquest. An inexhaustible ambition carried us onwards, always onwards. Yet, he who delivered to us such glory was not to be satisfied.
Heed me, Amon. No matter how vast one's empire, or full one's treasure vault, all is rendered meaningless by death. In the end, all is lost.
You know as well as I that the Emperor stands to lose this war, and so I have come to claim you. For while your methods leave something to be desired, we cannot deny the results of your work. And as fortune would have it, the seat of Fandaniel, your rightful seat, lies vacant and waiting. Take your place amongst your peers, rather than die a pointless death amidst the ashes of your doomed nation. Send one of your clones to the Crystal Tower that you might see for yourself. See what lies ahead.
The fall of the Empire affirmed the truth. Majestic and tragic, as the Emperor foresaw. Scheme as you like, build as you will, nothing endures. What is life but a brief jaunt ending in emptiness?
So easily distracted. Why, I almost left without saying farewell. As for your friend, you needn't worry. These pawns are far more useful to me alive as fuel for the primates. If you attempt to pull them free, they will die. So, enjoy tackling that conundrum with your comrades. We shall meet again! Not in one of these minor spires, oh no, but somewhere more suitably grandiose. Your favorite playmate is ever so eager to see.
Semmosta. Pääsikö mä nyt tupakille? Miltä pitäisinkö tauon, mut jatketaan nyt vielä vähän sen. You are returned, but where is Mistress Nidana? One uses a preserve, just when we had succeeded in making the talisman. I must report this at once. Meanwhile, please return to great work. No, vähän mielenkiintoisemmaksi tämä peli, mutta ei paljon. Something's gone... Mitäs nyt oli? Ei ollut Ori vai? Vaan Ori? Joo, kyllä. Something's gone awry, hasn't it? What happened? So it was Van Daniel after all. Damn that bastard. I'm sure you wanted to do more, but you were right to return here first. We must tread warily lest we endanger Nidana and the other captives. First, we must inform everyone of the situation, Nidana's colleagues included. I'll call them together for a gathering, but I think it would be best if you were the one to explain. Minä saan kaikki syyt niskoille, niin en voi laittaa kolmatta osapuolta kertomaan asioista. Oh, Nidana. Can you answer me this? Though Nidana is trapped in the tower, she's still alive, yes? Then we must make warding scales, as many as we can. The prototype works perfectly. Nidana proved at burial to herself. So let us make more scales, then she and all those who were taken might be saved. As alchemists, this is how we will help win the fight. My friends, the satrap has been made aware of the tragedy. He offers his heartfelt condolences and reiterates his pledge to provide you with all that you require. To that end, he bade me give you this link pearl, that he might personally discuss the production of the warding scales with you. And for our Earthan visitors, I bear an invitation. In her report, Mistress Nidana noted your vital contributions to the talisman's creation. This fact came to the satrap's attention, and in recognition of your deeds, he wishes to meet you. In addition to thanking you in person, he would also discuss further avenues of collaboration. And so, if it is agreeable, will you not accompany me to Rajasthan for an audience with His Excellency? Of course. We should be honored, of course. Closer cooperation between our lands can only be to the benefit of all. Then it's settled. Please come to the gates east of the giant skull grounds, and I will show you into the city. Voisin jopa tehdä semmosen kikan, että hyppään kotia. Se on nyt sitten tuolla, kyllä. Olen oleva. Ja kotia hyppääminen ei tosiaan maksa mitään, mutta siinä on 2 tunnin cooldown. Mutta enpä mä sitä ihan hirveän usein tässä nyt ole tarvinnut. Mulla on käynyt kyllä mielestä, että joka paikka, kun mä menen jonnekin uuteen paikkaan, niin mä voisin tehdä sitten kotipaikan, mutta on mulla ihan hirveästi oo. Yksi täytyy päästä suoraan pois, joo. Ihmetellään tuota kaupunkia myöhemmin. Varmaankin ihan juuri kohta. Mutta niin, ei ollut tarvetta vaihtaa sitä, koska hyvin harvoin on vaaraa kuolla tällä maailmassa. Mitä se nyt sitä aiheuttaa, että joutuu vähän maksamaan, kun hyppää ainakin kauas pois tältä. Mut sitten kun mennään tonne Dawn Trailin alueelle, niin siellä halutaan sitten ottamaan noita uusiksi kotipaikoiksi. Mulla ei ole enää tarvetta pitää Rajasthania kotipaikkana. Toki tällä hetkellä se on tuo hyvä, mutta täydellinen juurikin nyt. Mutta, all present, let us proceed. Owing to the threat of the tower, the city is currently in a state of high alert, and strict restrictions are in place for entry. Though you have been granted special permission, I ask that you remain close to me at all times. Toki kummin käy silleen, että pitää nyt sitten mennä takaisin ihan tunnin jälkeen tai jotain. Ehkä mä voisin pitää tämän jälkeen sen tauon, niin kerkee toi cooldowni menemään. Tosin tällä puolella maailmaa kun on, niin tonne hyppääminen mitään maksa. Melkein mitään maksa.
A vast rock squats upon Favnir, and to its stony surface clings the city of Rajasthan. Ye who enter here are subject to the scrutiny of gods, the gate's most watchful eye. The orb which beholdeth the truth of all things. Pass beneath its hot and piercing gaze, bearing down like a second midday sun. The fragrant haze, a mixture of sweet incense and acrid smoke. The cries of merchants mingled here with lively melodies accented by dancers' feet. Travelers seduced by vivid sound and colors were once swallowed up by patchwork streets.
Ratstaan.
But no such scenes to savor now. To what somber present does that divine eye bear witness?
Here we are, Megaduta.
Yep.
It seems a shame to bring you here directly. Under normal circumstances, it would have been my pleasure to show you the sights.
And it would have been our pleasure to see them. Alas, it seems our tour of the city will have to wait.
I'm afraid so. Come, we should head inside.
Oikein värikäs paikka.
Your Excellency, may I present our honored visitors?
Ah, splendid. Most splendid. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ahawan, satrap of Radzatan. Our alchemists tell me your assistance was invaluable in the creation of the warding scale. Such deeds ought to be recognized in person. Thus did I have young Varshan convey you here forthwith. On behalf of my people, may I express to you our sincere gratitude.
Not everything went to plan.
I assume you speak of Nidana. A regrettable incident indeed. Her colleagues insist that we honor her wishes and trust in the talisman, that it will be instrumental in saving Nidana and the others. I am eager to hear your opinion on the matter, so let us not stand on ceremony. Come, sit.
I think not. This charade has gone on long enough. Show yourself.
Forgive me, but were you expecting musicians, perhaps? There are no performers waiting in the wings at present, but arrangements could be made if you'd prefer.
Nay, he hath the right of it. The time for artifice is past. Raise the curtain.
As you wish.
You travel as assistants to the students of Baldessian, but you are known to me. Even here have we heard of the scions of the Seventh Dawn. I am Vritra, and for years uncounted hath this isle served as mine abode.
Niin sanoo Vritra. Onko voinut kukaan, että se on, tai kuullut kukaan, että se on Vitra. Niin mä tarvitsen jatkaa sen sanomista. Hyvin paljon helpommin sanoa kuin Vritra. Vitra. Ja tämä on ollut se, kun mä oon katsellut First Broodia. Ehkä sen tulee tässä ihan just kohta, että tämä on ei Nidhoggin, kun ton Midgardsormurin yksi niistä 7. Onko se nyt sitten jopa viimeinen? Katsotaan muuten. Eli First Broodiin kuuluu Bahamut, Tiamat, Railsvelger, Nidhogg, Vritra. Sitten on vielä 2, jota mä en muista kuulleeni. Katsotaan. Tuo toinen on kyllä vähän tutumman oloinen, mutta mä en ole kyllä varmaan kuullut ikinä. Tosin mä oon kyllä monesti kattonut sen tässä kyllä jo, että mä pilasin nopeasti. No kai tosta on kuultu. En tän varsinaisesti mainostu mitään, että mistä siitä oltais puhuttu. No siis okei, no minä paljastan kaikki loput. On kuultu tai ei. Eli Ratatoskor. Ja sitten on... No ei, no tossa on kuva siitä. Ratatoskorista ollaan varmaan kuultu, mutta ei ole ikinä nähty. Joka ilmeisesti tulee vielä vähän aikaa näkemäänkään. Sitten on vielä yksi, josta ei ole kuultu ikinä vielä mitään. Ja en spoilaa sitten. Mahtava biisi.
Vritra of the First Brood, sibling to Hraesvelgr and Nidhogg.
I, mine elder brothers, of Midgardsorm's spawn, I was last to hatch.
Well, isn't this a surprise? We were told Radzat Khan had an alliance with a dragon, not that a great worm sat in the satrap's own hall.
A necessary subterfuge, as the true tale of our nation history illustrates most effectively. In the beginning, the rock upon which our city is built was home to Vitra, and Vitra alone. In time, the ancestors of the Matanga came to the island and established a foothold. But never did they dare disturb the worm's lair. Next to arrive with the Aura, adopting the example of their Akasodra allies, they too treated Vitra with reverence and respect. And for many years, an understanding between our forefathers and the Great Worm endured. Until marauding heroes from the mainland came, threatening to shatter our peace and tranquility. When it seemed all would be drowned in blood, Vitra himself came forth and quelled the rising conflict. A peaceful accord was reached,
and oaths sworn in Vitra's name. Thus began the dragon's governance of the fledgling state, which was to grow into Radz Athan.
But if Vitra is still here, then your position as satrap is just...
It's all a ruse.
A charade, yes. And one which my family has performed faithfully for generations.
Many envy the great worms their power. Were it known that I ruled here, then the fires of war would burn without end. I would not be the flame which consumeth my people. Those few who joined me in laying our country's foundations were, perforce, sworn to secrecy.
Your eye. It was taken.
'Tis here, buried within the semblance of flesh. The body before thee is but a simulacrum, constructed by the finest artisans of Razathan. With mine eye nestled within, it doth serve as an inconspicuous vessel for my will.
That would explain why I felt the presence of a dragon upon our first meeting.
I am woven with words fashioned to deceive such arcane senses. Though 'twas short-lived, it seemeth thy fusion with my brother hath left thee much altered, Estinian warm-blood. From the very first, we sensed the nature of one another, yet did neither one of us bare his fangs. That is all I need know of thee for now.
With my secret thus revealed, I have for you a proposal. Not as a worm of the first brood, but as the ruler of Radz Athan. With all haste must we take in hand the finished talismans and breach this foul spire. Thence, should it lay within our power, dispel its wicked influence. Yet even with the assurance of the warding scales, the narrow confines of the tower doth limit the size of our force.
And thus denied strength in numbers, thou must choose thy soldiers with care.
Just so. Yet though our radiant host is formidable, I see a surer path before me. Thou and thy comrades have contended with a multitude of primal beings. Most recently, thou didst cast down false gods in Pagalthan and Cartanau, I am told. 'Tis upon that strength I would call. The Scions have proven themselves the most capable, and I ask that you serve as the tip of our spear. Talismans would, of course, be provided for each of thy companions. And should you agree to this undertaking, more will be provided to make use of as you see fit.
There's no denying it's a dangerous proposition, but the rewards may far outweigh the risk. Just think of what we might accomplish if we could equip all our allies with warding scales. I worry, however, that even the four of us may be too few for what you have in mind. Might we regroup with our friends first to discuss the matter?
'Tis no trifling task that I have laid before you. Go, steel your hearts and hone your plans.
Such time as you require shall be spent in crafting your protective charms.
It seems a quick trip back to Charlian is in order.
Wilt thou not lend thine aid?
Whether your request be made as a great worm or the ruler of Radzadhan, I see no reason to refuse, nor will I.
I am in thy debt.
Takas Charlianiin. Eli Tafnerin hommat on nyt tehty. Mitä vähemmän. Siis me ei tarvitse itse asiassa kyllä vieläkään päästä tonne. Toisin mä luulin. My apologies, but given that the city is currently in a state of alert, I cannot let you proceed past this point. Screw you. What's to say about this? Mä pystyn puhumaan siltä. Ne saa täällä, siinä on näkymätön seinä edessä. Kai estää klikkaamisenkin. That meeting took a rather unexpected turn, but we now have a clear objective ahead of us. Let us rejoin our comrades in Charlian and muster a suitable crew for a foray into the Tower of Zat. Oh, and if you haven't already done so, be sure to attune to the Aetheryte here before departing, unless of course you enjoy violent nausea. Minne? Antakas on tietenkin. Niin mulla on muuten Charliakin laitettu favoritteihin. Voidaan vaihtaa sen pois sitten kun päästään Endwalkerista pois. Nyt se on ollut ihan kätevä, että tuo on niin kaukana kaikessa, vähän niin kuin tuo Radzadhanikin. Ihan toisella puolella maailmaa, niin toisen pääsee ilmaiseksi, se on toisen alennuksella, niin se on ihan ok. Siis mä ajattelin, että mulla on yhdessä tuolla kaupungissa. Mikähän se mahtoi olla. Varmaan Gridaniassa on myös se alennus. Mulla jossain vaiheessa oli kaikissa 3 pääkaupungissa ne alennuskupongit. Itse asiassa mulla sitten jossain vaiheessa myös oli tuonne Gold Sorcery. Itse asiassa se on vieläkin joo. Siinä on muutenkin maksaa puolet, niin sitten tää on vielä vähentää sen vielä toisen puoleen. Että tää on 6 tonnia, eli se on tyyliin. Jos mä hyppään tonne viereen, niin 2004 ei voi olla, 2004. Tästä se on automaattisesti vaihdettu. Kone. Se on jo. Mä en pysty katsomaan. Tai se näyttää sen tosiaan tolleen koska se on valmiiksi lainattu, niin sitä ei pysty vielä sen lisäksi puolittamaan sitä hintaa. Saisi 4. Se voi olla. Ja sitten mun... Ei, mutta hetkonen. Se voi olla että siitä ei sitten mitään iloa, että... Mulla on täällä favori, tuolla favori ja 3 on sitten tyylin tuolla... Gridanassa mä ottanut pois. Ai, okei. Missähän ne mahtaa olla ne favoritit? Favorites. No tietenkin. Gold Sorcery on, joo, kyllä. Sen vois melkein kyllä jopa ottaa pois, koska se mun mielestä se oli muutenkin ilman. Tosin minkä tilalle mä sitä laitan, en tiedä. Mutta sitäpä se itse asiassa mun on 4. lisännyt jossain vaiheessa. Sitten kukaan totta kai, koska se on myöskin kaukana kaikessa ja on Shaaliana. Ja sitten vielä yksi paikka, mistä en mainitse mitään sen enempää. No, sitä voisi katsoa seuraavaa favoritteja, kun päästään Dawntrailin alueelle. Just as I was getting used to balmy Governor, we are back in Chili Shalian. Take care not to catch your death, eh? We need you for the battles to come. Now then, everyone appears to be here, so let us take stock of all the developments and discoveries. Sitten jatkuu se tuosta. Molemmat sivutiet käyty. Mä tarvitsen pitää jonkinlaisen tauon. Käyn tupakille ja pistän kanan lämpiämään ja katselen videota sängyssä. En tiedä kauan olen pois. Jos nukahan, niin varmaan taas sen 3 tuntia. Et jatketaan myöhemmin. Okei, pieni päivitys tähän väliin. Odotin sen puoli tuntia, että aloin tekemään sitä ruokaa. Sitten mä tein sitä ruokaa toisen puolen tuntia. Sitten mä leväärin hetken aikaa vielä lisää ja nukuin ehkä vartin. Sitten on vähän päälle 2 tuntia, kun menin ottamaan tavaa. Nyt mä voisin syödäkin. Jatketaan ihan kohta. No niin, jatketaan. No, peli, come on. Since there has been progress in both investigations, shall we share the findings from our respective locales?
Your time in Thavner has certainly been eventful. In my opinion, carrying out Vitra's request and assaulting the Tower of Zot should be our highest priority.
I agree. While I still have questions concerning the Forum and their grand undertaking, we have all but exhausted our avenues of investigation. Simply pressing them any harder on the subject will almost certainly result in our expulsion. Therefore, I suggest we explore the ethereal sea connection by way of a letter to Master Matoya, then make our way to Thavner.
I wonder, even with the protection these talismans afford us, what can we hope to achieve once inside the tower? According to Orenvold and Fodola's report, they were unable to free the Emolja. Worse, their attempts triggered the tower's defenses, which led to a summoning of Luna Ifrit.
What does it tell us that the Spires even have such defenses? Simply pulling a prisoner from the wall is fatal, thus the direct approach is doomed to failure from the outset. Any further measures to dissuade such actions seem unnecessary. Unless, of course, there is a way to free the prisoners without killing them. Then it stands to reason that any intruders will be met with overwhelming force.
The towers appeared throughout the world in but the twinkling of an eye. 'Twas by magical means these structures were raised, I surmise. A spire thus conjured must needs be maintained, and I suspect an arcane catalyst, some manner of core, doth lie hidden within. Destroy the core, and the tower ceaseth to be, thus liberating the captives without harm.
So we can hope, and I would prefer to enter the tower with a working theory than with no plan at all.
Assuming Ishtola's reasoning is correct, the chances of the defenses remaining dormant are small to none. Any primals will have to be dealt with, and defeating one will likely only lead to the summoning of another. Our every victory will only compound the prisoner's suffering.
May we not then divide our forces? Those proficient in healing will focus on sustaining the captives. That duty can be covered by Urianger, Kryl, Jostola, and myself. The remaining scions will proceed with the search for the core. Admittedly, this strategy puts both parties at greater risk, but it should bolster our chances of saving the Arcosodora by a considerable margin.
Ei valinnut mua. Hei, mä oon ekspertti-hiileri. Kaikilla aloilla. Kun se Alfin on. The duty can be covered by Urianger, joo, astrologiani. Kryl, joka ei tällä hetkellä ole kai tietääkseni mikään. Tai jos onkin, niin en tiedä mikä. Mutta se on myöhemmin Pictomanceri. Ishtola on Black Mage. Ja Grahatia on no se on White Mage kyllä myöskin. Ei mainitse Alfinouta, joka on ennen ollut Skolaria, nykyään on Sage, molemmat hiilereitä. Ja ei mainitse mua, joka on Sage, White Mage, Skolari. Että... mikä se yksi oli? White Mage, Skolar, Sage. Niitä on 4, mikä se yksi on? Astrologiani. Niin no, Alice on myöskin Red Mage, joka pystyy myös vähän hiilaamaan. Are you Sir Alphinois in the right group?
If you're to fight primals, then you'd best have at least one healer with you.
And I am more than happy to fulfill that role. I found wielding a sage's armaments to be rather intuitive, and look forward to testing them against a more challenging foe.
It seems we have a plan. All that remains is to carry it out. I will inform Rads at Han of our movements, so let us make our preparations and regroup near the tower.
On kyllä sinänsä vähän bullshitti kyllä. Tämä peli on kyllä ennenkin niin todennut, että hei, mä oon esimerkiksi Dragooni. Niin Estinen kanssa, missä se oli Heavenswardissa, nyt ei minkäänlaista mainintaa, että he ei tunnista, että mä oon hiileri. This is bullshit.
The military post in what's left of the Hamsa hatchery should serve as a convenient staging point.
That sounds perfect. And remember, the experimental aetherite at the confluence is there for those who need it, so there's no excuse for being late.
Toki no, se, että Ishtola on nyt Black Mage, ei tarvita sitä, etteikö se edelleenkin olisi Conjureri. Toki. Vähän niinku, että Grahatiakin on Black Mage, mutta se on myös White Mage että Paladin. Mut okei. Ehkä nyt ajattelin että minä menen sinne dunkkuun, että musta on enemmän hyötyä siellä dunkussa. Okei. Tuolla. Oh, ota sen. Ei kun... Aivan. Tommosen. Toki mä olisin voinut ehkä niinku, säästää rahoja ja ylipäätä suoraan returit. No. teknisesti ottaen mun ei pitäisi vielä pystyä siihen. Itse asiassa teknisesti ottaen, olisinko mä voinut mennä tuolta... Sehän näytti sinne. Siitä pääsis jotenkin... Oh, ihan sama. Mut niin, ehkä ne ajattelee, että mä menen sen dunkkuun, oli mä miten hyvä healer tahansa. Tosin ne sanoo, että niinku at least one healer for the dungeon. Että Alfin olisi healeri. Backup healeri. Olen kyllä niin loukattu, että minä vedän tämän healerin. Haista Alfin on paska. Sinä et hiilaa ketään. Tossiin mä voisin kyllä vetää ton dunkku-pelaajien kanssa. Ehkä mieluummin. Ja en vedä healerin. Our friend of Eosa. We have been expecting you. You and yours will lead the mission into the tower, I'm told. The warding scales will be delivered soon. Till then, please stand by at the boat we have readied. When your fellow... Tölkki sanoo kolkolla. When your fellows arrive, I will direct them to join you. We pray for your safety and success. Tää ensimmäinen on muuten aika haastava itse asiassa. Mutta Dunkure-vartioiden kivoja. Ja aseet hieman silleen hohtavia. Tosiaan tämä on sitten se dunkku, mikä mulla on gunbreakerina käytössä. Seuraavat dunkut ei tule semmosia mitään hohtavia aseita. If this is the future of XIV travel, I think I'll stick to boats. No warning, however empathic, could have prepared me for that. On account of which we are a little late, but fighting fit mostly. My friends, permit me to thank you for accepting this mission. You must be... We should still call you Vashan, I suppose. Soldiers. Very well then. For our part, we are humbled that you should see fit to entrust us with your warding scales. Please convey as much to His Excellency. Please convey as much to His Excellency. Tuon lause, mitä en kyllä nyt ymmärtänyt täysin. One for each of you. Please accept them with my blessings. Our thanks. With these we can go anywhere. Those with the blessing of light can go. Nyt ei ole enää mitään syytä olla tulematta mukaan tutoriaaleihin. Not only for this operation either, but all the ones to come. We can finally break your monopoly on rivals, nonni. In that case, they are all yours from now on. But I'm afraid we can't let you retire just yet. You are the Science's brightest star after all. Is amenable to it. Let us review the strategy for good measure. As previously agreed, we will divide into two groups. Then second, her band will break through the tower's defenses and locate its core. Meanwhile, the rest of us will tend the prisoners who will doubtless want for healing due to the duress of repeated summonings. Karalla, mutta on joku tommonen staffi selässä. Kai se on sitten White Mage. The primalness which the tower bringeth forth shall be deities of the Valerian myth. As we have no prior experience with such foes, pray exercise the utmost caution when confronting them. We commence the operation at your word, my friend. For the people of Thavnir, nay, the entire world, we must prevail. For the sake of the world, if we die, they are screwed. The Tower of Zod. Voisi hyvin hoitaa tän 4 ilman mua. Kai mä vedän tän vaan dancerin, en minä jaksa muuta. Ja tosiaan tää on nyt 81, niin ei voi enää vetää Viperin eikä Pictumancerina. Ennen kuin mä oon niille lisää leveli. Ja se pitää tehdä sitten grindaamalla jotain Mount Kulkia. Koska näissä 80 ei kai tule expa ihan hirveesti. Mut joo. Kai mä menen käymään sieltä pakilla. Pitää katsoa, että muistako mä mekaniikat. Ei, mutta mä muistan mä oon juossut grindannut tätä viimeisimmäksi. Mä oon juossut tää NPC:den kanssa. Mikä on se tuolla oikein on? Yhdisty. Katsotaan nyt ton speari vähän liian aika. Olevina kattuvana, että taas sillä oli kilpi. Katsotaan, oliks tankki vai tankilla keihäs. Mistä? Annoi. Kaverit on tässä mukana. Tekeekö hän liian mitään? Siis saarukset tulee tässä. Mindurova ensimmäinen. Just olisin kyllä kerännyt saamaan tän takaisin. No, mitäpä. Ai, nyt tulee toi. Tuplassa tekemään toi. Se näyttää aika paljon Lalavilta, vaan muihin verrattuna, mutta on pidempi kuin... Ai shit. No, en muista mitään näissä mekaniikossa. No, on se niinku mittasuhteet vähän niinku Lalavili. Sen puolen muuttuu mikä, mutta se on paljon pidempi kuin me. Transfigured Fire. Se on tämmönen. Triksi. No, missä tekee taas pintas. Level up. Sain läsnäksi siitä. Ei toki vielä käydessä, koska no, tää on level 81 nukkunut. Suskeltu 82. Pitääpä koittaa, kun pääsen ulos. Tuollainen tankilla muuten on katana. Tossa on Final Fantasy 3. Mä muistin sanoa, mutta siinä Dark Knightin toi oma ase oli se katana. Tai miksi tommossa isoa katanaa nyt pitäis kutsua Udaatsi tai jotain. Onhan se katana on. Mun vaat Spearhunter odenta kai. Siis odenta kai on siis sen aseen ulkonäöllisenä nimi. Ei kummin pääse. Ei kun. Mä oon aika varma että se on odenta kai ja se aseen mikä oikeesti on kun sulle et Spearhunter. Silti on 82 levunen. Sitten se ei heiluttu alaspäin. Saa sen tuolla technical steppiä. Vaikka ei välttämättä tarvisi. Ota siileriä vähän. Hiileriä että tankkia. Hiileriä hiilaamalla ja tankkia shieldaamalla. Sieltä tulee joo, hyvä assassinkin. Sandurva. Tarvitaan jokaista erikseen. Malinus ja berserk. Nyt tuolla on... Be frozen down when the count reaches 0. Okei. Se ei siis pysty välttämään. Samassa kohtaa. Sehän tekee. Mutta hauska, että sillä on tämmöisiä klassisia loitsuja. Confuse ja Stoppi ja Berserkki. Kaikki on vaan sekasissa. Siinäkö se oot? Se joka ei liiku mihinkään. Sitten armoreita täällä. Suunnassa, missä me tultiin. Jossain vaiheessa, mutta... Tässä kun tulee, että sitä ei pysty väistämään. Seuraavana. Tässä koko tämän alueen semmonen kokoinen toi AOE. Mikä nyt sitten olikaan? Eikä mä vaan muista väärin, että olisi ollut koko alueen kokoinen. No matter the cost, we must protect the tower. The Magus Sisters. Vähän viikatteen näköinen ase kädessä, mutta se on White Mage tuossa pyörähdyksessä, mikä se teki. Toi on Rague ja toi on Dragooni aseessa taasille. Tuo. Tässä kannattaisi se, niin joo, kyllä, joo, Sindurma. Se on healeri. Se otetaan ensimmäisenä. Vaikea vai oli? Kakkosbossi enää uudestaan. Kaikki kolme antoi mulle kommendaatio. Yksi on samassa paikassa. Ragnarokilta. No, 2 sanoo. Tankki ei sanonut mitään. Mutta tankki antoi mulle kommendaatio. Mahdollisesti kavereita.
Is everyone all right?
We fortified the captives with what magics we could. Have the defenses been disabled? All appears quiet for the moment.
Yeah.
The lower floors were disturbing enough, but this place feels wrong. The ether is heavy and thick, like wading through a quagmire.
I believe we stand in the tower's beating heart. What sayest thou, Stola?
I see it. Ether siphoned from the land runs up through the spire, flowing to a single point. This is the core we seek. Yet something is off. As large as this structure is, it siphons far more ether than is required to sustain it. 'Tis as if the core is feeding on the energy, consuming it. I need to take a closer look.
No, se kerää sitä ylimääräistä jiiteriä, että se pystyy sammunomaan niitä primaleita. Sitä paitsi veikkaan, että asia nyt ei ihan hirveästi väliä siihen niin ihmiset välittänyt, että pitää olla efficient. Ei saa kerätä yhtään liian vähän eikä yhtään liikaa. Että tommonen asia niin nyt varmaan tarkoituksella superchargea sen, että kerää mahdollisimman paljon. Vaikka siitä ei mitään iloa olisikaan sitten.
Curious. There is something there embedded inside the core. A man's limb.
This is what we came to destroy?
Yes, if you would be so kind.
Vie multa kaiken kunnian.
And that should be the end of it.
What now?
My theory that the tower might come crashing down following the core's destruction doth appear to be correct.
Bully for you! And how are we supposed to survive the fall?
No, jos et
What of the prisoners below?
Jos et...
The floor beneath our very feet dissolves. Brace yourselves!
Antakaa mun sanoa mun vitsi loppuun.
I pray I'm not too late.
Meni joka tapauksessa. Jos et oo taistelussa, niin teillä jää 1 HP, kun te puhutte. No niin, siinä se mun paskavitsi oli. Ihan täysin pilalla. Vielä kaiken lisäksi. Tuplasti paskempi.
Oh, what happened? Where are we?
Yksi maassa, 275 000 jäljellä.
By my reckoning, we're still on the island where the tower stood. But 'tis as if it never existed.
Tai 2900.
Hardly a scratch. But how?
Graha wove a levitation spell at the last moment. Large enough to catch everyone, it would seem.
Ei ole edes ihmeellinen loitsu Dungeons and Dragons maailmassa. Mikäs nyt onkaan? Fetefall. Joku level 2 loitsuja. Vaikuttaa isolle alueelle ympärille. Ehkä enää isolle alueelle.
That explains the lack of obvious injuries.
Kuvittelen, että siellä olisi kyllä ollut enemmän noita.
The expenditure of so much ether has taken its toll. He will need plenty of rest, but should otherwise be none the worse for wear.
Then the immediate problem is what to do with our new friends here. They'll be much changed for their time in the tower. Even if their bodies are intact, I doubt we could say the same for their minds.
Angelo and I will take care of that.
I have every faith in you, Alize, but there are just too many for you to treat alone.
We'll send at once to Eorzea for more Porksies, and call on the local mages to lend a hand.
Hail, Scions! We were watching the tower when it simply disappeared. What happened here?
The threat is banished, and thy people delivered. They are, however, in need of treatment, and we of a secure locale and helping hands to assist us in its provision.
You shall have all this and more. Come, let us convey these unfortunate souls to the city.
Se on hyvä, että se pukeutuu erinäköisiin vaatteisiin. Tunnistaa sen. Kenen sanoo, että lalafelit on vaikea tunnistaa. Onko mies vai nainen? The liberated prisoners are being transported to Rasatan for treatment. Lysia and Istva will oversee the administration of the tempering treatment with support from those who know healing spell or two. Kuten minä. We'll go and join them in the city once you've had a moment to catch your breath. Ehkä mä otan häikäyksen tupakista. Ja jatketaan. Had enough rest, have you? You never were one for being idle. Right. Warshan bade us come to Mekaduta at our earliest convenience. The others will join us there once they have finished attending to the prisoners. Wait. On second thought, you and Estine should go on ahead. I need to make a quick detour by the great work. We left Graha in the alchemist's scare, you see. Best to fetch him before he's crammed into a specimen jar. Just you and me then. The guardsman at the gate should wave us through. Aika sinne. Niin pitkä matka on, että lentää milloin hypätä kaupungin kautta. Se kyllä vähän kävi mielessä, että jatkaisin lepotaukoa lisää. Kai mä nyt jatkan ainakin vielä hetken. jaksan jatkaa. Another science. You are free to enter at your leisure. Mausta. As I cannot leave my post, I'm afraid you must make your own way. Kamala. Should you require directions in the city, the sentry stationed at the fountain atop the steps should be able to assist you. Nytkö tää peli antaa mun seikkailla täällä vapaasti? Danseri. Hail adventurer. If you wish to leave the city, then I shall escort you to this gate. Mä sanon pistä sulle mukavuuksia. Esit. Though I've been to Redstone before, this place is a veritable maze. Oon nähnyt pahempiakin. Esimerkiksi Ulda. Tai Limsalomisa. Rather than risk getting lost, we had best ask for directions from the sentry at the fountain. Lead the way, and don't expect me to act as your tour guide like certain others. Mr. Stenchak, I presume. I understand you are here for an audience with the satrap. If you require directions to Megaduta, I should be glad to provide them. The satrap's residence is situated in Dama, the highest part of Redstone. To get there, I would ordinarily recommend the route that takes you by the bazaars in the city's north. Due to the state of alert, however, most businesses are currently closed, and the Etherlight disabled. Totta kai. As such, I will provide you with an alternate path. First, please ascend the steps next to this fountain, then continue left. There will be more steps upon ascending them. You will emerge on Paxa's path. Proceed through the large door on the right and you will arrive at Ruveida fibers. Within you will find another sentry who will give you further guidance. In other words, we head up. Sounds straightforward enough. Jaa, no tonne vois ehkä päästä tuosta. Ei tarvii juosta läpi. Minä voin hypätä. Screw it. Säästän aikaa tällä. Ehkä. Itse mä ois varmaan kyllä mennyt jotenkin noin. Tuohon pääsee. Heading to Megaduta, are you? In that case, please follow this hallway, my right, and go through the door at the top of the stairs. To your right, siinä ei kyllä oikeastaan mitään. X on the wall. You'll emerge at the entrance to the airship landing, where another sentry should be on hand to assist you. Incidentally, if you ascend the steps to either side of me, you'll find the workshops of Ruveida fibers though you are free to observe the artisans. Take care not to lose your way. Eikö sä nyt näitä vaan tänne? Onko nyt ihan sekaisin? En oo. Tuo puhuu jotain ihan jotain hököjä. Omituisuuksia. If you're here for an airship, I'm afraid all flights have been suspended until further notice. So the state of alert is still in effect. Perhaps it's for the best. That aside, we are not here for an airship. We have business at Megaduta. Oh, in that case, permit me to direct you. From here, it's quite simple already. Ascend these steps and then continue straight ahead and you're across the bridge. You cannot miss it. Olisiko minä laskea, että menisin tuota kautta? Ei internetin kautta. No, ehkä mä nyt juoksen. Kivan näköinen kaupunki. Greetings and welcome to Megaduta. May I inquire after your business? We are members of the Silence of the Seventh Dawn, come at the invitation of His Excellency. Of course, we have been expecting you. I will show you into the Orange Chamber if you would please follow me.
Are we the last to arrive? I hope we've not kept you waiting.
Not at all. Your comrade is feeling better, I trust.
Much better, thank you. Harness remedies are certainly potent in more ways than one.
One becomes accustomed to the taste, although I hope you never have cause to do so. Pray, take your ease.
Full glad I am to see you all unharmed.
Valiant scions, for your heroism you have my boundless gratitude. You cast down that dire tower and set free its hapless captives. You cleanse their souls of its corrupting influence. No words of thanks will suffice. In place of platitudes, I offer a bounty of warding scales. Pray accept your due reward, along with the goodwill of Radzathan.
Alchemists throughout the land were put to work in the forging of your talismans. The finished ones have been collected, and now await you at the High Crucible of Alchemia. Present this letter when you are ready to take them into your possession.
We are humbled by your generosity. Know that the inventive wisdom of Radzat Han will be vital in restoring serenity to our star.
Every single one of those scales came from you, didn't they? You must still be in such pain.
'Tis of no moment, a mere annoyance compared to the dreadful suffering inflicted upon this land and its people.
Albeit brief, my involvement in the Dragonsong War afforded me a glimpse of the myriad sorrows which consumed both dragon and man. Though you were half a world away, such tragedies as befell your kin must have affected you deeply. And yet, you chose to live among men.
In the age when that conflict first bloomed, my choice had already been made. In some distant place, man slew dragon, and dragon slaughtered man. Yet no hate could I muster for those smiling faces which did look to me for guidance. Not even my brother's righteous rage could rally me to his cause. I huddled here, secret and still, hoping against hope that which I had built would remain untouched by the chaos and carnage.
Twould seem we share the same desire for peace, great Vritra. To that end, I wonder if we might trouble you with another question. The Telophoroi are intent on recreating the final days, an apocalyptic event which we know to predate the sundering of the star. As the longest lived among us, know you aught of this terrible cataclysm?
Nay. When war and strife drove my sire from his home, he crossed the great expanse with only our unhatched eggs as company. He alighted upon a shattered source, its 13 reflections long since scattered beyond the rift. Of events preceding his arrival, he knoweth naught, save that which Hydralin hath deigned to disclose.
I see. So again, 'tis the inscrutable Hydralin to whom you must look for answers.
Seek you to divine the will of this star? If so, I have a tale which may afford you some small comfort.
Kunhan me ei tarvitse lukea sitä itse.
'Tis a story from my youth, many years ago. To my sire, I once posed the question, of all the stars in the sky, why didst thou settle upon this one? To which Midgardsormr did reply, 'twas the last bastion of hope. He believed so long as Hydralin endured, so too might dragonkind. Solemn and portentous were his words. What deeper meaning they held, I could not, dared not pursue. 'Tis a stone I've left unturned ever since. Yet take solace in the knowledge that whatsoever Hydralin does strive towards, 'tis an ideal which hath earned my sire's conviction.
Eikö se ole vieläkin mun mukana vai haippasko se jossain vaiheessa? Säpäs miksi mä kysytä silti?
Thank you, Vritra. You've given us warm reassurance in a world gripped by cold uncertainty.
While I'm sure we all have a great many questions, I think it's time we collect the talismans and be on our way. Our fight against the Telophoroi is far from finished.
It has only just begun.
We must take our leave, but please do inform us if we can provide any further assistance.
Prithee, a moment. There is one whom my sire hath judged worthy of honor and respect. The one known to men as Eorzea's champion. This hero of renown and rumor, 'tis thee.
Yep, that's me. Kyllä mä nyt ollaan sit jossain vaiheessa menty eri teille. I wish he could be here with us now.
I know of his clash with Omega, and the long slumber which was his price.
Aivan.
Yet even closed in sleep, my father's eyes are far from blind. He is watching over thee, watching over this world.
Tän jos mä en olisi ikinä tehnyt niitä Omega-raideja. Ei, mutta se tapahtui kyllä siinä tarinan mukana, aivan. Tai se taisi tulla ainakin. Mä en muista mitä, lähtikö se sitten nukkumaan tarinan mukana.
'Twas a revelation most pleasing that thou, a child of man, had gained Midgard's Sommer's trust, but alongside mine elation runneth a rivulet of dread. For upon thy life's reel wind too many threads of fate, power, wheel enmeshed with woe. Amidst this tangled knot thou shalt know no rest. 'Tis an endless confluence of forces, a struggle without surcease. More terrible still is the attrition wrought upon thy companions, as they are swept up in the storm of thine existence. Take heart and protect them well. They will be your strength and your salvation. The hope thou wilt need come the end. Even cowering behind my curtain, I know the suffering of the powerful. I have watched my siblings driven mad by loss. Thus do I exhort thee to spare no effort to keep thy loved ones safe.
Apologies. We hadn't meant to interrupt.
It's just that we do have a history of suddenly collapsing, and when you didn't follow us out...
'Tis I who must apologize. I have detained your champion overlong with idle chatter. Go. At war's end, I pray I welcome thee back into my hall, where together with thy joyful comrades, you may toast your triumph.
So, what were you and Vitra talking about? Nothing. Very well, if you say so. The others have gone ahead to the high crucible. Let's catch up to them. The attendant was kind enough to give me directions to the high crucible. First, let us return to the Mulberry Orchard. Miksi sitä vaan vois mennä perille asti saman tien? Kärkeä ehkä just. From here, we are supposed to follow the path left and past the mulberries. Niin, mun pitää katsoa tämä. No, tarkoitti se onnistu. Delivers an attack target on all enemies nearby it with potential of 520 for the first enemy and 50% less for all remaining enemies. Can only be executed while under the effect of Last Dance ready. Jaa, mikähän antaa Last Dance? Tilana tulee kun käyttää Technical Stepin. Tai siis Technical Stepin kun käyttänyt sitä antaa Technical Finishin. Hirveä tekstiä. Sitten kun se on tehnyt, niin nyt 82 ja eteenpäin niin tulee tää Tilana. Tai tääkään. Finishing move tulee 96. Tää antaa Last Dance Ready. Taitaa olla vasta 96. Mennäänkö se peliin mukaan, että sä oot antanut mulle level 92 jonkun liikkeen tai pysy käyttämään niin vasta level 96? Ehkä se tulee jostain muualtakin. Nope, en tiedä. Level 1. Enhanced Standard Finish. Okei. Grants Last Dance ready upon executing Standard Finish. Okei. Eli Standard Stepin jälkeen. Tai Standard Finishin jälkeen. Alright. Bethesda returns, enter the door straight ahead, then descend the steps. I thought the Christerm was confusing, but it doesn't compare to Rostan. The architecture and decorations make it even harder to get your bearings. Anyway, let's see where this door takes us. Näyttää johtavan Aetherplaatille. Kristallima ei ollut mitenkään hirveän vaikea. Se oli vaan yhdessä kohtaa niin 2 tasoa siinä. Etkö ole mukaan ikinä käynyt Uldassa? Mä tiedän, että sä oot käynyt siellä. Se on sekava paikka onkin. And here is the Aetherite Plaza. So far so good. And there isn't much further to go. To the other side of the hall, then pass through the larger of two doorways. The high crucible lies beyond. I suspect the others have already collected the warding scales. Come, let us try them. Kun mulla on, mutta oli dunkussa 3 näitä sarkeja. In Avant. Alussa Third Charm. Joo, siellä 78 tullut. Yeah, last of course, but at least we found the place.
These are the talismans we were promised.
Yes, and I made a quick count. There are far more than we could have hoped for. Enough to outfit an entire company of soldiers, in fact. Considering the involved process, that they were able to manufacture so many in such a short span of time is nothing short of a miracle.
Once we have distributed them to our allies in Eorzea and the Far East, we'll have a fighting chance to bring down the other spires, just as we did with the Tower of Zot.
Or we could use them to invade Garlemald proper, and strike directly at the Telophoroid's base of operations.
I like this approach.
Of course, we would need to consult with various alliance leaders before such a drastic measure could even be contemplated. To which end, I could set out forthwith and present the idea to each of our allies in person.
Pray allow me to undertake some few of those journeys. I find myself restless and in need of purposeful duties.
I can head eastward. Bosnia and Dalmasca are just a short hop from here. And Doma's shinobi network should come in handy for passing on the word.
We shall share the burden then. Meanwhile, I think it best that you and the others take the talismans back to the Baldessian Annex. We must keep them safe and secure until we've decided upon a course of action.
Baldessian Annex.
Please, I must speak with you.
Nidana, you're awake.
Yes. When I spoke with the carer at my bedside, she told me that one of the scions, a young woman, had cleansed me of the tower's corruption. It seems I'd been asleep ever since the treatment. But when I awoke and learned you were all still here, I knew I had to come.
As you said, Nidana was captured only recently. Such a brief exposure is swiftly cured, so I tended to her before we gathered at Megaduta.
And I am truly grateful that you did. I cannot thank you enough. All of you, for everything you've done. Destroying the tower, rescuing our people. You've saved Thavnair from an awful fate.
Yet who hath truly saved whom? Due in no small part to thine inspirational courage, the alchemists were successful in reproducing warding scales of proven efficacy. Replications of thy work now stand ready to travel across the seas, unto the hands of those who might wield them against this rising evil.
Niin asia, mikä mulla on ollut kyllä mielessä on, että tornit, kun ne kapturaan Beastmaneja, Niin jos ne on semmosia, missä on niitä amaljoja, vaikkapa, niin älkää viekö sitten tehkö sitä näitä yrittäkö pelastaa näitä torneja amaljoiden voimiin, että amaljat menee johonkin muihin torneihin sitten. Ellei jopa sitten niin päin että mikä tahansa torni se onkaan ja mikä tahansa beastmani se on, niin voihan sekin olla. Mut selvästi nyt meillä on vahvistettu tieto siitä, että tuo keräsi niitä Arkansodria ja tuon Arkansodra niin se vangitsi sen ihan vaan sille, että se meni sen lähelle.
The talisman? Is this true? Oh, I was so groggy from sleep. I didn't even think to ask. Oh, our great work sent across the seas. It was worth it. Oh, it was all worth it.
No luuleeko, että sä saat sitten jonkun maksun vai? Hei, lakkaa itkemässä, mun kukka suuttuu siitä.
Look at that. Its color is completely changed.
It's what it does.
What do you have there? How unusual. I wonder if the effect is a reaction to Akasha.
I'm afraid I'm not familiar with that term.
Akasha? It is one of the unseen energies defined by Harnish alchemical theory. Though a gross oversimplification, some describe it as an essence influenced by feelings.
You imply that it is distinct from ether?
Foreign scholars often conflate the two, but we see them as separate concepts. Ether is an energy which permeates the land. It exists within animals, objects, even the air we breathe, affecting all through which it flows. Akasha, on the other hand, exists in a domain beyond our reach, a gift bestowed from on high or torn from the heavens in some traditions. Akasha can neither be created nor destroyed. It is beyond our power to purposefully alter or manipulate. The only thing observed to influence it is an abundance of, I want to say, spiritual emotion. As a veteran of the battlefield, surely you've experienced moments of desperation or exaltation when you've transcended the usual limits of your capabilities. That is a manifestation of Akasha, the invisible essence harnessed by heart, mind, and unyielding spirit.
I really must hear more about this theory. Our disciplines are based entirely upon the idea that ether is the fundamental form of all energy.
I'm glad my haphazard explanation has piqued your interest.
Istola, tämä on uskonto. Sä puhut uskovaisen kanssa nyt. Älä nyt ala sotkemaan uskontoja tieteeseen.
But even for us, Akasha is a somewhat abstract field of study. A lack of practical application lends itself poorly to formalized research. Which is why my analysis of your flower can amount to little more than idle speculation. I am sorry.
Nonsense! You have nothing to be sorry for. Your insight is much appreciated.
Shall we depart for Charlian then? I will see to it that the talismans arrive at the annex.
Edelleenkään kyllä tiedätte, miksi me mennään sinne.
And we will be in touch once our talks are concluded. I suggest you rest while you can. From here onward, sleep is bound to be in short supply.
No voi hemmetti. Pitääkö mun taas mennä nukkumaan? Mutta niin, miksi Charlia, niin ensinnäkään ei halunnut olla missään tekemässä koko asian kanssa. Se ei ole mitenkään keskellä mitään, että sieltä olisi hyvä niin kuin levittää asioita eteenpäin. Ja siellä ei ole torneja. Minuuttia vielä. Alennuskuponkio. Toki ois tuo internet vieressä, mutta tää on niin lyhyt matka, että on nopeampaa kyllä juosta. It's good to be back. It's good to be back, and with the fruit of our labors safely in storage. For now, we have but to wait for the others to return from their respective meetings with the Alliance leaders. As Thancred suggested, you should get some rest in the meantime. Welcome back, Tenshek. Kral has apprised me of your recent accomplishments, with an amazing feat to eliminate the tower and pave the way to deal with the rest. While it isn't much, I've changed your sheets and plumbed your pillow house beat. After all, there's nothing like collapsing in a nice clean bed after completing a major milestone. Milestone. Be it penning a thesis or defeating deiform entities. So, would you like to take a look at your new and improved lodgings now? Hyvä mene sinne sisälle. Mene. Maailmat nyt ei se on muuttunut mustaksi. K14.
Take heart and protect them well.
Good, you're here. You haven't eaten yet, have you? We've bought quite a spread if you're interested. Only the finest dining from the last stand.
Mulla on hampurilainen. Rahaakin pääsee maisemaan. Herra jestas, minkä kosia hampurilaisia. Purktu hyviä. Tänne tomaatit pois.
Lest you wonder, we invited Estinian as well. but he refused with a rather grim-faced, "No, thank you." I suspect Charlian cuisine is not to his liking.
Oh, I don't know about that. Perhaps our lone wolf just needed some time apart.
What? To perfect his brooding stare? Next time, I'll drag him out by the ear, sit him down in front of a Charlian feast, and see that he eats every last bite.
An excellent idea. Of all people, warriors must take proper meals and rest if they are to maintain a healthy constitution.
Poor Estinian, beset on all sides.
Tuo kuppi on aika lähes saman kokoinen, mikä mulla on.
Speaking of one's physical condition, Mistress Cryle, I hear you recently played literal host to Heidelin herself.
And what an experience that was. Tiring, yes, but no lasting harm done. If anything, I should have liked to speak with her longer. I've not felt a hint of her presence since.
Heidelin instructed you to carry that flower, yes? Twill be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. And then something about seeking joy in darkness, was it? Come to think of it, isn't that what happened with Nidana back in Radzat Han?
The flower did seem to radiate a joyful glow, as if reflecting the elation we all felt, the relief of a people with renewed hope.
Indeed, and in turn I felt buoyed by that radiance. 'Twas akin to spotting a beacon and knowing we were on the right path. I know we've not yet triumphed over the Telophoroi, or learned the full breadth of the Forum's plans. But even within the midst of our struggles, we find small moments of joy to sustain us. Rare and hard-won perhaps, but it is this pursuit of happiness that gives us the strength to carry on day after day. Hey, that's mine.
To the swift the spoils. Though I recall that levitation spell of yours was quick enough.
Only barely. And even at my best, I'm still too slow to wield it effectively in battle. Mayhap I simply require more practice with this new magic.
You unearthed it from the depths of Numenon, I presume?
Aye, and from a veritable mountain of arcane tomes at that. 'Twas necessary to facilitate my solitary explorations.
Or, to put it simply, you used it to sneak around the forbidden archives.
Yes, well, after a fashion. They're tall, you see. The shelves, they're too tall for me. And I could hardly move the library's platforms without attracting attention now, could I?
Oh.
Are we pushing until dawn? käy mulle.
I'm not that ambitious. But 'tis pleasant to idle away the hours every once in a while.
Onko se nyt vihreätä vai? Tuossa näkyy vähän keltaista, mutta... Ehkä vihreä tarkoittaa hyvää mieltä. Keltainen surua ja tässä musta oli niinku huonoa fiilistä ja valkoinen oli kiirettä. Harmaa oli sitten jotain musta ja harmaa oli mustan ja valkoisen välillä tai jotain. En minä tiedä.
Enjoying the bracing cold, I see. Do you not own a warm coat or a cloak? Something in fur? Or fashioned from the skins of your enemies? Or... well, never mind that. I come to you once more as the bearer of bad news. Our tower in Thavner has been toppled. And I need not tell you by whom. Given how many we have at our disposal, the loss of a single spire is hardly fatal to our plans. It does, however, slow the rate at which we siphon the ether. If they continue to preoccupy themselves with the towers, then all will be well. But should our foe prove bold enough to strike at us here, then the timing becomes questionable.
Our foe is bold enough. Of that, I can assure you.
Yes, very well then. I suppose I must prepare a proper welcome. Honestly, talk of your nemesis is the only thing you seem to enjoy. Does nothing else spark your interest?
No. All else is... equal. Equally tedious. Equally disappointing. The world is a tepid bog into which we sink, too weak to thrash as the mud clings to our eyes and fills our throats till we blissfully choke. But then came the light, blinding and pure and hot, so very hot, enough to set my soul aflame. I basked in the afterglow until the void yawned once more, and then I knew the muck would never claim me again. There was naught for me ahead, so I drew the curtain on all that had come before. Burn. Burn. Let the whole star burn. I will have my contest. I will reclaim my moment.
How wonderful that the emptiness of death has not dissuaded you from committing your life to its pursuit once more. I don't know whether to envy you or pity you.
You question my disinterest, but what of yours? Despite your noisome antics, I sense you take little pleasure in this endeavor.
Mercy, my lord. Such pointed barbs from one who barely acknowledges my existence. Nevertheless, you are mistaken. for I do find this part somewhat enjoyable. You see, when I was mortal, I would always have the same dream. It was a fragmented thing, disjointed, all the faces incomplete. The setting, too, was unknown to me, so I thought it simply a fantasy of my sleeping mind. Until one day, I realized it was showing me the truth, much as your dream of the final days enlightened you. And soon, very soon, the rest of the world will see the truth of my dream, too. Yes, I think that is something we can both enjoy.
Semmosta. Olis käytty pakille. Katso samalla mitä kaverilla laittaa mulle viestiä. Jatketaan. Tärkeää. Oh, there you are. Feeling refreshed, I hope. No, en nukkunut tässä välissä, mutta... I was about to make my way to the studio, as it happens. I wanted to try and speak with Skolark Montichain and thank him for coming to our rescue in the Rostra. As it turns out, he'd come here to see us, following the hearing, only to find that we'd already departed for Thavner. Knowing him, he was probably hoping to chew the cud with his former students. Since we are still waiting for Ishtola and the others, I thought now the perfect time to pay him a visit. Care to join me? Then it's settled. The twins will be coming too, assuming Alfino can tear himself away from his new toys. I'll let you rally the troops while I go ahead to Phenomenon. Considering my recent impropriety, perhaps I should avoid showing my face around the studio for a time. That might be for the best. If the others should return, tell them we will not be alone. Alfino näyttää tossa. Siis on koittaa kovasti klikitä, että miten mä targetoin ton. Alfino, sä et pysty targetoimaan sitä. Heading out for a stroll. The Skolark himself was here. In that case, what are we waiting for? Se meni jotenkin tauolle. Tätä on ollut siis vaikka en pannut mitään. I too am eager to see him, though I somewhat dread the thought of visiting the studio. I dare say I will notoriety procedures. Alfino, of all people, worrying over his reputation, and at our alma mater, no less, will wonders never cease. You'll understand soon enough. Off we go. Here it is, phenomenon. While I expect you made note of it before, one can hardly miss it. This is the first time you have been here on official business, correct? By the expansive auditoriums, it also houses numerous laboratories, testing grounds for experimental magics, and a host of administrative offices and so forth. As the center of what would later become the studium, it was established to promote the study of etherological phenomena, hence the name. Though with ether being a fundamental aspect of nature, its scope expanded to include every conceivable facet of life and even the universe itself. And then, in the 432nd year of the 6th astral era, phenomenon was decreed complete and the studium officially opened as a place of learning. With a long and storied history, it is without question the world's leading authority in etherology, the arcane, the occult, astromancy, and countless other fields, standing proud as Sharlayan's foremost educational institute. He always did enjoy giving the grand tour to new students. Indeed, I've long since lost track of how many times he has recited that same foppish speech. Such is his undying love for his old stamping ground. He was in top form back then, youngest to enter the studium, graduated with highest honors in magical arts and etherology, undisputed champion of the debating chamber. Hold on, you both joined the studium at the same age, yes? And from where I stand, you are equally prodigious scholars. Nice of you to say, but Alfino actually entered half a year before me, nor did I do well enough to graduate with honors, and I am certainly not the studium's most notorious master debater. In all respects have I ever been in his shadow. If nothing else, just remember that this was where the legend of Alfino Leveilleur began. We should expect everyone to be fully aware of our recent escapades. Hopefully, we'll be somewhat more welcome here than we were at the last stand. Better than anyone, the adoration the student body has for Alfino, and with a bit of luck, it might work to our advantage. Well, there's no time like the present. First, let's look for Scholark Montichain. Other faculty tend to frequent their offices, but unfortunately for us, he's fond of wandering wheresoever his whims take him. Let's split up and ask the students if they have seen him. That was Alfino Leveilleur, wasn't it? The Alfino Leveilleur. And he's with his sister and Master Baltashian's granddaughter. This can only mean one thing. An event of epoch-shattering proportions is fast approaching. Spread the word. Oh, sorry. You said you are looking for the Scholark, yes? Knowing him, he could be anywhere, but Miss Aliapo should have a better idea. Okei, kuka on Aliapo ja missä se on? No, kartta kertoo. Are you lost? Wandering off the street perhaps? Wait, don't tell me. You are a trainee cleaner, fresh off the kill ship. I'm right, aren't I? Oh, how silly of me. An orientation is in order. Allow me to bid you a warm welcome to Searcher's Meet. Let me start with a question. What is the most important thing you'll find in the studium? That's right, books. And what's the second most important? Why, that's simple. Everything else. That's what we deal in here at Searcher's Meet. Whenever the students or tutors find themselves in need of equipment or materials, they come to us. If we don't have it in our stores, we send the cleaners off to find it. Honestly, you wouldn't believe some of the requests we get. Eye of Paisai, this tongue of gigantor, that it's enough to make your hair stand on end, which is possibly what some of our students are trying to accomplish, this being a school of magic and all. As our newest cleaner, you'll have your work cut out for you, but I think you'll find it quite rewarding. No. I've tracked down many miscellaneous knickknacks in my time, but I'm no cleaner. So what you are telling me is, you're not a cleaner. Dun dun dun. Yes, that's exactly what you said, isn't it? And you are looking for a Skolark. I'm afraid we don't have any of those in stock, but I can... Oh, you mean him? But now he's not. I did speak with him shortly before you arrived, though. He said he was on his way to Maker's Meet. Go back the way you came in and you'll see it on the opposite side of the entrance. It's a laboratory of sorts, home to many rare and expensive curious, not to mention alarmingly frequent accidents. If you lose your way, just follow the blood-curdling screams. In the time it's taken me to tell you all of this, Skolark has probably already left. Best of luck finding him. I have a feeling you'll need it. Kivat vaatteet kyllä. En toki tykkää tuosta väristä, mutta... Kiva takki. Yes, the Skolark was here a short while ago. He offered me advice on my current research project. Though we spoke at length, I don't recall him mentioning where he was planning to go next. When we parted ways, he was down the corridor, perhaps to one of these auditoriums. Kun mä vaihan tuohon danceriin. Kun mä pysyn dancerinä. Aina pitää juosta jonnekin. Ja aina mä vaihan takas tähän danceriksi sitten. Se on varmaan toinen huone. Tuolla. Jaa, miten mulla on tämmönen taas jäänyt välissä? Tää ei varmaan välttämättä tarvitse luukautti. Tai sit on lisännyt nää. No, varmaan on lisännyt nää kyllä jälkeenpäin. Taas mä en oo vaan välittänyt enää tässä kohtaa. Mut siinä se on Monty Jane. Jos mä olisin tullut tänne suoraan.
I remember you.
Olisiko se puhunut mulle bla 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 bla. Kivat korisset täällä seinillä, ja mun pitää silti mennä juoksemaan kaikki nämä paikat läpi.
I pray we have not caught you at an inopportune moment. We wanted to offer our thanks for your kind words in the forum.
Tässä se vaan ei ollut täällä silloin vielä.
Well, I could hardly let that inquisition go unchallenged. I've always believed that curiosity should be nurtured, not stifled. Thankfully, a majority of my colleagues agreed. A slender majority, aye, but a majority nonetheless.
Had the vote not gone our way, we would be having a very different conversation, if any at all. Though I'd like to think you would have not given up on our cause. I'm told you paid a visit to the annex afterwards.
Yes, that's right. I was hoping to speak with the grandchildren of my dearly departed friends Galuf and Louisois in a less dour setting. But it seems I just missed you.
Ani Galuf kuuluu.
I still can't believe how much you've grown. If only your grandsires could have seen the way you presented yourselves to the forum. Why, it fair brought a tear to my own eye. You must have the patience of a saint, putting up with this lot and their antics. Never mind Matoya's prize student. Luckily, I know a thing or two about managing unruly younglings. If you ever need advice, don't hesitate to ask.
If I may, there is a rather more pressing matter we wish to discuss. What can you tell us of this duty that the Forum must fulfill?
Nothing, I'm afraid. Like all humble servants of the Forum, I am sworn to secrecy. Or rather, I couldn't tell you if I tried. Our duty is of the gravest importance. Furthermore, if the particulars were made public, it would incite widespread panic. As such, those entrusted with this duty have been bound by an enchantment, which prevents us from speaking of such matters without the express permission of the Forum.
How is that even possible?
It's been some time since I last gave a lecture. Please, take a seat. We shall begin by reviewing the fundamentals of etherology. The ether, which imbues us with life, can be categorized into three forms. Two are of the incorporeal sort, the soul and the memory. Can anyone tell me the third?
Body. Corporeal ether.
Yes, very good. This is the form with which the layman is most familiar. Consumed by even the simplest of daily activities and replenished by the food and drink that sustain us, this form of ether is in constant flux. In contrast, the ether that comprises the soul is rarely subject to dramatic change. The same can be said for memory, as the two are intrinsically linked. Picture the soul as paper, and memories as words written upon it.
Welcome to Heidelin.
Now, What would happen if that paper was doused with ink? The same type of ether as comprises the memories.
Aivan, tuossa lukee welcome to HY. Ei toi... Mikä toi how hyö hy d nean nem. Olisiko se Shalian? Aika varmaan. Shaha, en tiedä. Tää lukee. Se on kursiivilla kirjoitettu Eorhan kirjaimilla. Tuo on selkeästi L. Se ei ole Heidelin, koska siinä ei ole L. Shalian, ei se ole. Eli tämä sitten ole, mutta Shalian. Sitten siinä ei ole H:ta. Ihan sama, jatketaan.
It would blot out everything that was written.
Precisely. We would be unable to recall the memories, and any activities that depend upon them would be hindered as well. In fact, this exact phenomenon was observed on a vast scale not so long ago. And what might that have been?
Se oli se, kun jotkut unohti jotkut.
The seventh umbral calamity. The people of Eorzea vividly recall Bahamut breaking free of the Lesser Moon and raining hellfire down upon the realm. But no one could seem to remember the events that followed immediately afterwards.
Indeed. To this day, we have yet to determine whether it was an unintended consequence or a deliberate act. The enchantment which binds me and the rest of the Forum is based on a similar principle. And yes, it is a contravention of the Sharlayan prohibition against the practice of memory manipulation. Only when a new member is inducted and told of our great duty are they subjected to the process. A necessary evil. You have my word that it would never be used to manipulate the populace.
I should hope not. But can this enchantment be dispelled and your memories restored?
If 9/10 of our members give their approval, then the process may be reversed. Then, and only then, would we be able to speak freely to others of our sacred duty. Barring that, we must wait until we return to the ethereal sea. For there we will be purified, the blots upon our souls washed clean. And our memories drift apart and dissolve, rather defeating the purpose, I suppose. But there are those memories that are indelibly etched upon our souls, some believe.
What happens after that?
We are reduced to pure ether, coalesce with that of others, and create souls anew. Alternative schools of thought assert souls remain whole and return to the corporeal world. reborn into another form. Both theories have their proponents. Personally, I consider each equally probable. Well, I think that's enough education for today, now that I've given you some food for thought. Or rather, an entire banquet.
Olisikin oppitunnit näin lyhkäisiä? Se pitää lukea kokonainen kirja, tai kokonainen kirjan kappale ja sitten tehdä tehtäviä. Että
I would remind you that although I'm unable to assist you with certain matters, the resources at my disposal may still be of use to you. I'll arrange for you all to be given the run of Phenomenon. Of course, as associate to our alumni and the students of Baldessian, this privilege is extended to you as well, my friend. Oh, and I suggest you speak with Ki Aliapo. She's well known among the artisans of Sharlayan, and her network of contacts may prove useful in your search for knowledge. I wish you all the best in your pursuits, wheresoever they may take you.
What is this? Dark Souls? Se vaan lähti pois. You have been granted the run of Phenomenon. If you are game, Kialiapo will put your artisanry to good use. Näkyykö ne siellä? Ei taida näkyä. No, käydään siellä kohta. Otetaan tää quest tästä matkaa. Well, that's given me much to mull over. I feel as though we are one step closer to understanding its form's true motives and the mysterious life itself for good measure. Mystery is a mysterious. It's funny, I came here with the intent of expressing my gratitude, only to leave more indebted than before. I have a feeling his friendship and support will be a great boon to us in days to come. And on that note, let's head back to the annex. Perhaps on the way you could better acquaint yourself with Ki Aliapo, as the scholar suggested, while I share our findings with Raha. Käydäänkö tässä quest mukana? Ei. No, käydään puhumassa Aliapolle. Everything going well, I can take it. I've heard there are still people in need of your help. Okei, no ne ei näy tässä New Game Plusassa näin, mutta täällä on kaikenlaisia tämmösiä questeja. Mitäs mä tein? Tää on tullut toisella puolella käynyt tekemässä noin questeja. Ainakin osaan nämä. Siellä niinku yksi. Lakku vaan yksi. Blacksmith, Armor, Goldsmith. No ikinä sen tehnyt näitä. Okei. No, en välitä. Ihan varma mitä ne on, mutta siis kerästi juttuja. Veikkaan, että ne on jotain tommosia, mitä sen siellä kristariumissa oli. Delivereitä tai jotain, miksiköhän ne nyt kutsuttiin. En jaksa välittää. Sisälle. Speak to cry in the main hall. Okay. Welcome back. From what I hear, your trip to the studio proved most educational. While you were away, I received word from our fellow science. As expected, news of the warding scales was met with much joy. Preparations are now underway to bring the leadership of the Grand Company of Asia and the Eastern Alliance together to determine a way forward. Our friends have asked that we bring the scales in our possession to Limsalominsa. Sekä nyt ihan hirveän keskellä kaikkialla, mutta on sekin parempi paikka, jos multa kysytään. So the time has come for us to go on the offensive. It's too early to say for certain, but that does seem to be the way the winds are blowing. I, for one, can think of no reason to oppose such a plan, but let us see what awaits us in Wilbrand. Let's start by getting the scales out of storage. Give me a hand, would you, Estinian? Ihmeellisesti kerrankin mua ei pyydetty auttamaan. Phew. I didn't realize that these crates were so heavy. Joo, eihän ne ole kuin sun itsesi kokoisia. I shouldn't complain though. Vitra the alchemists of the Great Berg put their heart and soul into each and every one of these scales, so you must treat them with the utmost care. Are you not coming with us? As much as I would like to escape the forum's watchful gaze, I've little choice but to stay behind. We are already on thin ice, and if I, in my capacity as our official representative, were found to be consulting with foreign powers, well, you can imagine how that would go. I shall remain here and do my utmost to avoid ruffling any more feathers as I await word from Master Matoya and our other allies. With luck, we'll soon have good news of our own to share. The tide is about to turn, I can feel it. To Limsalominsa. Limsalominsa. Haluaisin käydä tupakille ja pitää sen pienen tauon, missä mä oon puhunut tässä viimeisen tunnin. Toki kello on vaarallisen paljon jo, että yritän olla nukkumatta. Mut pieni semmonen levähdystauko tarvitaan. No kello on nyt 11, että ei oo samalla tavalla kello 2 jossain vaiheessa välillä. Mutta en taida jättää nyt striimiä moneksi tunniksi yksinään tänne päälle ja sitten tulee 2 aikaa sanomaan, että en jaksa jatkaa enää. Sanotaan siis tässä kohtaa jo, että kiitos paikalla olijoille, kiitos katsomisesta. Jatketaan seuraavalla kerralla. Olen nukkunut tosiaan parit viime yössä aika huonosti, niin jos vähän paremmin unta. Mut joo.